What's up, guys? It's the Alpha Omega series, a new event brought to you by Alpha X and Team Think Quick to AfreecaTV, the Mecca of StarCraft. Big shout out to Sushi from Alpha X for working with us to broadcast great events on AfreecaTV, and we've done a lot on Trovo Live. Got a pretty fun one today. 2 live 7-game show matches. We'll see first Dandy, a powerhouse Terran player from Peru, against Yabsab, a semi-pro Korean 2700 MMR Zerg. We'll see how well Dandy does. And then we will see Dewalt, one of the best foreign players, representing Protoss, against a 2700 MMR semi-pro Terran player by the name of Ample. All these players we've featured in show matches before. That's what I love about all the wonderful lineups that we've had in the past. These guys were actually with us since day one. We had show matches with them from a year ago. I know not a lot of people have checked out some of those VODs that we have from a long time ago, but yeah, you'll find these names there, and it's cool to see these guys still around, still kicking ass. Waiting for the players to come, and I think SaiyanSC will be joining me, as well as Pato.
Hello.
SaiyanSC.
Ah, hello.
We're live, my friend. Say hello to the people.
Hello, everybody. SaiyanSC here. What's up? Pull up the stream. Can see everybody chatting.
So this is pretty exciting, man. This is our first event on AfreecaTV. We are one of the few series that have been sponsored by them, and we got a pretty cool lineup today. 2 live matches, which isn't easy to coordinate because the players are from around the world.
Very exciting, yes.
I know, right?
Absolutely awesome. Just trying to log in here on my AfreecaTV. It's been a little while. Up here. Who's the co-caster for today?
Pato is supposed to be joining us. I think he'll be around for at least the first set. He is a solid A-rank Terran player from Argentina. Nice guy.
It's crazy. I just cannot log into AfreecaTV. All right. I'm gonna shout out the stream in my channel.
Alright guys, so we're waiting for the players to come. I'm just setting some things up with the stream. Excuse the silence. Pretty excited still. Hopefully things go well. Yeah, the Alpha Omega series. What a cool name. Dandy vs. Yabsab. I don't know how this is going to go for Dandy. The last show match, we did something like this where we took a foreigner against semi-pro Korean. It was Dandy versus Kala. Kala's a 2700 MMR Protoss player from Korea. And Dandy did exceptionally well. I think the final score... Well, I don't want to give you a spoiler in case you haven't seen it. The VOD is up on our YouTube, Team Think Quick TTV. SaiyanSC was casting that, I believe, with Machine.
That was a very fun series, yes.
Yeah, he did well from the start, right? And I believe his TVP is not as strong as his TVZ. So it's like, is he going to do better against Yabsab? But, you know, Yabsab is a super powerful Zerg player. I've seen him take many games off Kala when we set up show matches with them. Of course, that's a different race matchup. So I have no idea how it's going to go, honestly. Either he's going to... Like, I don't have expectations that Dandy's going to win the whole set. That would be a surprise. But can he take, like, a few games?
Absolutely, I think he can, for sure. TVZ, very dicey matchup. There are a lot of things can go wrong. Both sides have very, very high DPS, and a single mistake can really throw a lead to your opponent. So I definitely think that Danny stands a serious chance here of taking a few games off of Yabsab. Again, like you said, I wouldn't be expecting him to win the whole series, but I want to see some, like, at least a close series here.
Hey, what's up? Pato, thanks for joining us.
Hello.
Hello,
It's
Pato.
my pleasure. Hello, Cyan. How are you?
Great.
Guys, Yabsab is in the channel. Like, he's waiting for Dandy. We're going to get started soon. I think Dandy's going to come. It's about time. 7 whole games. About that matchup, Yabsab versus Dandy, I mean, the thing is, like, there's going to be lag. And because Dandy's in Peru, and I'm observing from North America. So, I don't. Maybe that will be, like, an advantage for Dandy in some ways, because Koreans aren't used to playing in lag. Dewalt vs. Ample, I think if I wasn't observing live, there'd be less lag. But I think lag just plays less of a factor for me in that match, but I might be wrong. Anyways, Pato, what do you think? Yabsab versus Dandy. Predictions? What's going to happen?
I really think that the Korean has the upper hand in both matchups, but you never know. Dandy has a really good TVC, and he surprised me a lot these days, so I really can say I really expect, like Cyan said, a close series. But if I have to decide, I think Yabsab is the more experienced player here. So we have to wait and see.
And Dandy is in the house, guys. We're going to get started very soon.
Thinking about the possible lag issues here, it might be a real problem for Yabsab with the Mutalisk control.
Right.
Of course, both sides, they need to control it's very particular. Trying to fight against lurkers with the Marines can go bad very quickly if you misclick or if lag is an issue, but also dancing with mutas over turrets and Marines can be pretty frustrating if there's a bit of lag there. So we'll see. I mean, both players are going to be disadvantaged here. I don't know, it might affect the builds a little bit from Yabsab. He might not rely on Mutalisk all-ins or things like that, just due to the difficulty, but might want to transition into lurkers quickly. We'll see. We'll see how it goes.
All right, guys. The maps, they've been selected. Standard. No risks playing on a newer map for the Foreigner. They are as follows: Eclipse, Circuit Breakers, Neil Sylphid, Shakir's Temple, Polypoid, Ascension, Fighting Spirits. We're getting into it. I'm going to ask everybody to turn off their cell phones, get some popcorn, get your beers. We'll get right into it. Alright, so the first map is going to be Eclipse. I'm sharing my screen on Discord, guys. Let me know if it gets pixely, and I'll restart it. We got Nitro and Boost. Shouldn't be too bad. Pairs are here, guys.
Alright, I was just checking on AfreecaTV, the qualifiers this year. I think that Dewalt tried to qualify for ASL this year, which is pretty cool to see a foreign player making his way through. But he got knocked out. I was making sure that it wasn't by Ample. That would be interesting as a sort of a rematch. If he did knock him out. Maybe a little revenge match there, but it seems like he got knocked up by 813. I don't know who that is. Random Korean player. We jump in the first match.
Okay then, in the top right location we have our Zerg player Yabsab. And playing on the bottom left corner of the map, we have our Peruvian legend, none other than Soul the Dandy. So, Eclipse, what are your thoughts on this map, Cyan?
Well, for this map, in this particular matchup, I think that these Zerg players have a difficult time taking their fourth and have really innovated or sort of reversed course a little bit back to an older build that is the Hydralisk and Plague build that was popular a long time ago, but can be pretty useful in low gas situations like this where taking that fourth gas is difficult. We've seen a lot of people at the highest levels of Zerg play make great use of that build. I've used it myself on this map, and a lot of players who haven't been playing for that long, way back when that build was popular, they can be kind of caught off guard by it. They might not know how to play against it. It can be difficult. So we'll see if Yabsab decides to bring that out or if he wants to go for standard play. It's going to start out here with a 12 hatch. We'll see from there.
Well, I think that Terran can wall off on this map is really a huge advantage for him, because he can choose either to go an early aggression like JYJ done in the past the ASLs, or he can go for a standard +1 without getting any punish or hit with any early aggression, because it's really easy to defend. And on the other hand, the lag thing going on, I see that it will kick Yabsab in the back, because it is really difficult to control Muta. So I'm thinking, will we try to Muta? Will we try to local rush into a cutter? I don't know. I know the Yabsab is really keen on going Muta, but I don't know if the situation is optimal for this map. Plus, making lurkers maybe can cut auto, can cut with a low guard of Dandy, so maybe, I don't know, it could be a good option, but we have to wait and see. So standard build orders, for what can I see from here, we have the 302, no, earlier, like a 288 hatch layer. So, and a fat gas from Gitandi, assuming that he's going to go +1 attack, right?
Do we have the engineering bay?
We'll have it, I think it's 2 supplies engineering bay for Terran, the second build order. There you go,
There it is.
engineering bay. So yeah, we're going to go for a 4 or 5 rack build +1. No fast academy, so this build order is really strong against Mute in this map. So Yabsab needs to kill that SCV, because it's really painful for him to have to give away that much information for a player to the level of Dandy.
Everything looking like just a common 2-hatch Muta timing here from Yabsab. Let's go ahead and throw down that Spire. Hasn't taken his 3rd base yet, so generally when we see the Hydralisk Plague build, you're going to take that 3rd base a lot earlier and just defend with sunken colonies, so we're probably just going to see Yabsab open up this series with a very standard 2-hatch Muta build.
If he's going full read, I think he knows that Dandy is going to play a +1 build order. He hasn't built any sunkens or links. He's been a macro. Okay, this is quite strange. When you build a macro hatch, you are planning to be really aggressive with your Muta link, and the bad thing about this is that it can backlash you in the mid game, because you will need that 3rd gas, and you will need your 3rd earlier.
Yeah, it's surprising.
Yeah, sorry.
It's very surprising to take that 3rd in the main base there, that 3rd hatchery, rather than taking it the 3rd base, because the 3rd base is very easy to defend. And yeah, going just really aggressive here. I guess he feels like maybe his Mutalisk control is just too good that he can pull Dandy apart, but Dandy's going to have an insane amount of Marines. The 3rd hatch will slow down the Mutalisk as well, and if Dandy knows about this, he can add on his turrets quite a bit later. Seems like he still hasn't added on turrets yet, so he seems to have a good idea of when the Mutalisks are going to arrive. There's the first turrets popping down now. Perfect timing here for Dandy.
Yes, usually you want to throw out turrets at 535 or 540, depending on the timing. But the upside of Yabsab build order is that if Dandy doesn't see that 3rd hatch, that you can overwhelm the Marine and Medic army with a good amount of Zerlings. So maybe this is a counter reloader to avoid to not relying so much on Muta Micro and try to have that option of building Link and Muta to keep Dandy on his base.
And the third base gets thrown up here as well from Yabsab, coming in for a little bit of harassment. 4 turrets going to complete pretty quickly here, but taking a bit of damage. Not going to dive
beautiful.
fully in. But
Beautiful turret placement, right?
Good turret placement, but that was a pretty decent amount of damage for the first few mutas out of Yabsab. He didn't take any losses there on those mutas either, so he's still at full strength here, though they are a little bit bruised. Still gonna be one-shotting SCVs.
So we are in a key part of the game because Yabsab is switching into Lurker's deck, but he doesn't have the right amount of Muta Link to hold that army, so he will need to micro the hell out of those mutas to be able to keep Dandy controlled. Dandy hasn't built a factory, which is late. Normally a Terran has to have the factory before 7 minutes. So we've seen that Dandy's relying on applying a lot of pressure with the Marines, and he's trying to trade Marines to make Yabsab tech go slower. But we're gonna see how can Yabsab kill that massive Marine ball.
Danny really needs to reinforce this attack. He's about to get surrounded by the Lings. He's got 5 racks pumping away, but he's moving forward right now. This is a big mistake.
Yeah.
Needs to reinforce that group and ends up losing all of those Marines and medics. A big win there for Yabsab, who's now on 4 hatcheries with the third base up and operational. Be on 3 gas here momentarily and producing those lurkers.
So maybe what I'm seeing is that Yabsab wants to hit a Lurker and Muta timing, taking advantage of that massive Marine and Medic ball from Dandy. This could be really hard to stop because if he managed to get at least 4 or 5 Lurkers, Dandy won't be able to leave his base unless he has the tank, which we see he will not decide to bring, because his factory is floating. So this game will be decided with this kind of action, with this micro, and the control that Yabsab can do and how Dandy can trade.
Yabsab still not producing any Hydralisk just yet, just only relying on his Mutalisk so far. The Marine Medic Ball is going to continue to grow here, but Dandy's still a far stretch away from the Irradiate coming out here. That will be the true counter to this Mutalisk play.
Hype job started a little bit late, so maybe Yabsab is relying on Mutas. Since the vessels are really late, I think he can make very good trades. He's managing his Mutas really nice. I really like his micro, so maybe after all he can take care of his army with just Mutas. Oh, there are so many Marines.
And this is the power of 5 racks, SK style. So many Marines popping out here. He's coming across the map, and Lurkers are on the way now. Hydra's got to run over to the natural, start to morph. They will be in time, and Yabsab will hold on 3 bases. But what's the follow-up here from Yabsab? Is he going to go for Plague, or will he try to get that 4th base and get into Ultralisk here? I think that Plague is a better option, but we'll see what Yabsab has in mind. Yeah, oh my goodness, these Lurkers are not ready. Oh my god, he doesn't block the ramp. Are you kidding me? That's such a big mistake here from Yabsab. He's going to lose so much. Those Hydralisks were there and present, but just not properly placed on the ramp in time. A frustrating mistake here from Yabsab. He's not throwing his Lurkers either. Going to lose a few of those, but eventually will clean these Marines. A ton of drones do go down, though.
Yeah,
I think that Danny's in a good position.
He's in a very good position. So double evolution chamber, yes, I'm thinking that he's going full macro mode, Link Link Defiler and maybe I would say Ultra.
I don't think we have enough gas here for Ultra. It's just going to be pure Hydraless. He must be getting the Hydra upgrades at the moment. Pumping those out. He should be getting Ling attack speed as well in that crack upgrade.
Yeah.
He's going to run a bunch of Mutalisks into these Marines, man. An absolute massacre there. Lose a lot of those precious Mutalisks, though they are losing their value as these vessels do pop out. He spots those. Some good information there from Yabsab. And taking a risk down here in the bottom right. We'll see if he can hold that base. Has not yet been scouted by Dandy. Dandy kind of lacks on the scouting around the outside of the map. Yeah, he hasn't scouted the upper left. He hasn't scouted the bottom right either. I'm just kind of taking on faith that Yabsab can't hold those and won't end up trying to take them, but he needs to get a scout down over in that bottom right. Oh, does he actually scan? No, I don't think he did. He's coming in for a couple of irradiates here. Trying to bust this base. He's got some dropships. Gonna lose both of the science vessels. Huge mistake there from Dandy. Ooh, that was a painful one. He's gonna try and break through. 3 lurkers are present with a bunch of lings. Gonna be a flank as well. Lot of lings coming up from the back. 4 lurkers gonna burrow here in a good position. Nice scan comes down, but I think this Marine force will be clean. A few reinforcements coming up here from the left side. Gonna try to save their companions, but have to back off as the medics die. This push has been broken, and now I don't think Dandy has enough to actually break the bottom right, and Yabsab's gonna get that base pretty much for free here. So he loses another group of medic marine. Yikes.
Well, if Yabsab is able to establish that 4th base and defend it, it will be another game. But it all depends on if Dandy scouts it at the right time. Plus, we had to take care of those 2 dropships that are lethal, so...
Seems like Yabsab might have gotten a view on those, though. Seems to know that they are there. Gonna fly right through the 3rd base into the main. Could go for the Defiler's Nest, but a lot of forces are being rerouted up towards the main base. Gonna take out a lot of these Marines. Just pure Marine here. Should be dealt with rather easily by Yabsab, though he is going to lose a lot of lings to that great concave there, that great positioning behind the extractor. Might lose a few overlords as well. But this will eventually be cleaned. And what is there else for Dandy? He has no 3rd base. He's built up a sizable Marine force in his natural, but he's got to get out and destroy that 4th base in the bottom right. He still doesn't know about that.
Well, the thing that is bringing Yabsab with the upper hand in this game is that 4th expansion on the bottom right corner. If Dandy doesn't manage to scout it fast enough, I think this game will be won by Yabsab. But we have to wait and see. Do not lose those vessels, Dandy. Oh god, okay. Dead.
Losing some more vessels there.
Big
flag.
Playwood here is in a very bad spot. As you said, now this is the time to act to make damage. If not, Yabsab will be able to defend properly with those defilers. I don't see how Dandy can get back in this situation. Another plague is thrown, many Marines died, and that 3rd is super delayed for Dandy. He's macroing okay, but he missed that bottom right expansion. So I don't know about you, but this looks really hard for our Peruvian friend.
Yeah, just the lack of scouting here in this game really hurting Dandy right now. That's the advantage of playing on this map in TVZ, is that it's very difficult to take that base down in the bottom right or in the top left. The 4th base, incredibly hard to secure, but if you don't scout and the drone makes it down there and gets that for free, well, that kind of negates your advantage completely. So a little bit unfortunate for Dandy. Now the Ultralisk Den is on the way. We're going to be having those Ultralisk upgrades pretty soon, and once you get on that 4th gas, that's when Ultralisk is really a possibility. Let's take a look at the upgrades for Danny, see how bad his position is right now. He's on 2-2, so not bad. I mean, he must have 3-3 on the way as well, so he should be able to keep up with the upgrades of the Zerg, but needing some more Plagues, plus Ultra, and these Lings, of course, with Crack. It's looking scary. Another base on the way from Yabsab. My god, taking a 5th base even.
So Dandy invested a lot in playing very aggressive, building a lot of racks, and he macro pretty nice, but he delayed a lot his 3rd CC, even his 4th CC that he isn't built yet, to apply pressure. And the thing that he could not let is to Yabsab build a 4th base, and he did a Ninja Expo on the bottom right that is still not scouted, and I think now, no matter the upgrade, I think there is no turning back, because Yabsab will switch into Ultras, and I don't know if Dandy's macro will be enough. He's even droning. Wow.
I don't think it'll be enough either. There are a ton of Firebats coming out, but Firebats are hot garbage versus the Ultralisk. He gets a couple of the radius down.
He's defending Starlings, I believe, or Starlings and Swarm, but a good play can destroy.
We're just gonna push through this first wave of Ultra. They still don't have speed. I don't know if they have the chitinous plating yet, but they're taking barely any damage from these Firebats. Only the splash of the Firebat is connecting under the Dark Swarm, and it's being reduced by that massive armor, so it's very, very rough stuff here for Dandy. He's just gonna get plagued again. Hasn't made any progress here in the natural, and the 4th base is, or the 5th base, excuse me, is up right now. Dandy is macroing nicely. He's still got a supply advantage, but we're gonna see that really reverse here as Yabsab gets his macro going with the Ultras and Lings, popping out tons of those. Gonna lose some more Science Vessels, I think. There's one more going down. Danny being pushed back. I think he's going to really kick himself once he finds in the replay that Yabsab took that base in the bottom right so early. I don't know if he's even scouted it as of yet.
Yeah, those plagues are lethal. I think there's just there's no return point in this game. I think Dandy did macro pretty nice, but that he took bad trades, and sadly he didn't scout that expansion, which leads to this game situation where I'm not seeing how he can turn over this game.
Tries to make a run by here at the 3rd. Doesn't realize there's another base just to the left here that's just come up. Could actually take that base down. There's not too much defense over there, and no Nidus network either. He's still gonna push towards the 3rd base here, rallying all of his Marines across the map, but they get plagued. And Danny running out of steam here is drop below 90, or drop below 100 supply, and Yabsab continuing to grow. This is, I think, the point of no return here.
Yeah, we can agree that Dandy has a very good macro. That I think no one can deny it, but the economical advantage is way too high at this point. So it doesn't matter right now. GG.
There it is.
It's called 1-0 for our Korean Zerg in a very, very good match, I must say.
I'm feeling like there's hope here for Danny. He wasn't completely outmatched by Yabsab. I think that had he scouted that base in the bottom right and dealt with it, that would have been a very different game, much, much closer. We might have seen him actually extinguish this, or just sort of just dry him up.
To be honest, I thought that Dandy had this in the first stage of the game. He has a better army. He applied a lot of pressure. Yabsab really had to make a really big effort to handle Dandy's army, but well, I think a couple of bad engagements plus not proficient scouting led to this result. But as you said, and I totally agree, it was a pretty close match.
All right, are we ready to get into the next one here?
Circuit Breaker would be.
All right, Circuit Breakers. This is another map with a lot of bases. Even more than, of course, Eclipse. It is a 4-player map. So many more locations for Yabsab to hide his bases, though I don't think that Dandy will overlook scouting on this map. It's so dangerous.
I think this map is more difficult to play in DBC than Eclipse, so Dandy will have to make an extra effort in order to put a comeback on this match. So
hey,
we have
you
to
think
wait.
This is favored for Zerg?
Not favored. I don't want to say favored, but the middle is way too open, so it's very easy to flank, and to attack the expansion is really hard. They are very far away, so I don't know. It isn't bad, but I think Eclipse is way easier since you can defend with a little things like the wall. You can go +1, which is a huge advantage. So in this game, I'm thinking that Dandy won't have that +1 advantage that easy, or if he does so, he will need to defend. Oh, so we see a 9 pool. Okay, that's interesting. And a first scout from Yabsab. So it's 9 pool gas, or yeah, 9 pool gas. Okay, then. Oh no, it was a drone trick.
I'm just gonna get that 10th drone out, and I kind of like the idea here from Yabsab. Gonna pressure a bit on this map. You can't build a wall similar to, on Eclipse. It's fine, just put down a couple of supply depots. You can get that wall in, and 9 pool really does nothing. But here, the entrance is much more open. You're gonna have to defend perfectly with your Marines and SCVs, unless you want to build a bunker. So I like the choice here from Yabsab.
Well, Dandy will have to build a second supply. He will be able, since he's first scouting, to build a bunker on the low ramp and be able to defend this. If Yabsab would have chosen to go 9 pool and then gas, Dandy would be forced to build the CC on the upper ramp. But since they both first scout what the other player is doing, I think Dandy will have no problem defending this. And I'm thinking that Dandy has a slight advantage since he's able to defend, and he will be able to place the bunker and hold the sleep. He had to close the ramp with some SCVs, or he will get run by like that. Okay.
Oh man, run by. That's tough. He's gonna lose this Marine here. That's not good. We're gonna see Dandy's just struggling here in the early game to hold off this 9 pool, which he's scouted, which is a bit sad to see. He's gonna lose an SCV there. Gets a pretty good surround, but this is all lost mining time, and a win for Yabsab overall. Should have been held at the ramp. Too bad.
Yeah, even Dandy made a very good micro, so it wasn't that bad as I would have imagined. But yes, overall it kind of worked for Yabsab. The CC isn't built yet, and Lair is already on its way. So yeah, not a good prediction for Dandy, but he proved me wrong in the past, so I will have to believe in him.
Okay, we've got the bunker here at the front, so going to be safe from any further run-bys at the moment. Yabsab just going to get his second base up here, and his lair is on the way. Likely we'll see Mutulus again this game. No drone headed out to take a third base early for Yabsab just yet. He's going to finish off that SCV, hide his tech. Now the map is very dark for Dandy. We'll see if Yabsab wants to take advantage of that fact. Maybe switch up his tech here, take a Hydralisk stand. It's a possibility. Any engineering bay? No engineering bay for Danny, so we're not going to see the early +1 again. Instead, we're going to have maybe a factory? I don't see an armory just yet. And he's already mining gas. What's that in the top? Is that a factory? Okay, we're switching it up. Danny grabbing a factory.
So I'm thinking he will do a Valkyrie maybe, but it will be too late. I think it's not a very nice choice. He will still need to build a lot of turrets. I'm not entirely sure of this tech option by Dandy. And it seems that Yabsab will try to do another timing. He's like in a very aggressive mode, and I think this will make a lot of damage. I don't know if there's not a wall.
Yeah,
so
this is a mech build.
Mech, yes, I don't know.
There's nothing coming out right now. Dandy's not in a great position with his Marines either. He's got to block this ramp right now. We got to see the SCV move. He's got to get on this ramp, block it. Oh, that's not a very good drill there by the SCVs, and ends up killing off every single Marine and the bunker. That's a horrible position for Danny. He's going to lose a ton of SCVs here. He has the ramp blocked pretty well with a single Marine up here, but he really needed to get on top of that bunker. So many SCVs go down. I think we might see GG here.
Yeah, I know. Tech scouted, no armory. Oh, I haven't spotted an armory yet. So, oh, there it is. So, yeah. Yeah, so unfortunate. It was really clever from Yabsab to make that aggressive build. And now Dandy, I don't think he will be able to defend this. He has a sunken for any possible Vulture counterattack and no economy to build Goliath and turrets at all locations. Very well played. Yeah, very well played. And Yabsab does block the ramp. One Vulture gets to sneak into Yabsab's base, but there's already a Muta going to take care about that. Oh, 5 kills and GG. Well played, well played. So unfortunate for Dandy for that Sterling Rambice.
A little bit quicker on the SCV pull and the Marines behind the bunker. That could have had Dandy holding the Ling all in there, or the Ling pressure there. Not really an all in as the Mutulus were coming. I like to see the range of builds though, bringing out the Goliath build there. Too bad we didn't get to see it in full effect, but you know, Dandy mixing it up, trying out some different builds. How do you like the mech build on circuit breakers? I think it's reasonably strong. You get those tanks on high ground at other bases. I understand what Danny was trying to do.
Yeah, but I think, I don't know if he would have gone straight to mech, it would be more reasonable, but I think that tech switch and that transition wasn't optimal. It's just my opinion. I think he got himself exposed. He didn't have a wall. So he tried to cut the corner, which it didn't go well for him, sadly, because Yabsab just played too aggressive. But well, this game already is 0-2 to 0 for Yabsab. So let's see if Dandy can turn around this game.
All right, next on Neo Sylphid, we've got Dandy down here in the bottom left, looking for a comeback. Peruvian Terran player in the gray, or is that pale blue? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not very good with colors. I just know primary colors. I'm a guy. we don't. So we're gonna go call Dandy. No, not the color. And the red Zerg on the bottom right, Yabsab. These positions are pretty interesting because Dandy could, if he wanted to, close the door, block the door with 2 supplies and one barrack without making it third proof. So that gives him a good option to do some 1-1-1 builds or mech if he chooses so. And the downside of that main is that it is very exposed to Muta Micro. And this main for Terran was the worst main of all against Earth, because mutas can just steamroll you on your natural. So that's are my initial thoughts. Okay, Dandy isn't going to close, which I assume he's not going to mech or 1-1-1 on this map. And we've seen a standard build order for Yabsab. I like when people switches from like standard build orders to more greedy ones, because to a more aggressive one, because you never know what they're going to do, and that can play with your head, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, you've got to have some crazy builds in your pocket in a best of 7 or best of 5. It's super important in tournament style play. On the ladder, it's better to just play overall just straight up macro builds, you know, play very standard and react to your opponent, but you don't want to always be reacting to your opponent in a best of 5, best of 7. It's not a good way to win those series. You want to take the initiative, mix things up, and put your opponent on the back foot.
Okay, so Dandy confirms that it's a 12 hatchery, so that he's okay. So now he can do a 17 CC without a problem. Now, a good thing that you can do as a Terran player, you always watch the larva. If you see 4 larvae available, 2 larvae on the main, you should do a bunker, because 6 link, you need to respond with the bunker or you would die. So Dandy is checking exactly that, and to see if he can spare that bunker resources and use it in another thing. So 2 links are out, 4 links are out, so I'm thinking that maybe he should build a bunker. If there is 6 links, he will need to. He's doing a great job keeping that SCV alive.
As long as those 4 SCV or 4 links are chasing, he can feel pretty confident. But now he needs to build that bunker. That's 100%.
I'm feeling that Dandy wants to do that marine medic rush that he's pretty much well known for, but he needs a bunker or he will get damaged. He's trying to chase enough. Yeah,
bring these Marines back.
Yeah, I think he's styling way too much. See, a very fast academy, he will push out at 5:30 minute mark with 8 Marines and 2 medic, and will try to kill Yabsab really fast. It's a very good build order that Dandy has, and in this kind of map where the travel distance is shorter, this build order I believe is quite strong. But he has to be careful in not losing Marines earlier, because they will need him then to when the medics arrive and he needs to push. So Yabsab isn't aware of this push, so there's a third drone and no sunken, so maybe he could die to this.
Possibility that we also might see Yabsab go for a counterattack here with these Lings. And just wait for the Marines to push out and then run into the natural. That could end up losing Danny a lot of... Yeah, he is going to go for that counterattack. Straight in for the SCVs here. And Danny will have to produce Fire Bats. There they are. Fire Bats do pop out. So he should hold the Lings inside the main without too much trouble. But some SCVs will go down. Is there a couple of Sunkens coming up? Yes, there is. And cancels the third base as well. Sunken finishes. And... Yabsab gonna hold here.
So he managed to cancel the third hatchery and he forced it to Sunkens.
Not bad. Not bad at all. Oh my god, he's gonna go in for it. This is a little bit crazy here from Danny, but he kills one of the Sunkens. Now the DPS from the Sunken is much, much lower. And he managed to finish off the second Sunken. He's breaking in now. Just a few of these Mutalisks are alive, but some Lings flank as well, and he's killing off the Marines one by one-shotting each of those, and he does manage to finish that off. Now Danny has to produce.
Yeah, I think he needs to buy time to make turrets, but there are no turrets yet. What he's doing, he's going to die. Turrets are really late.
Uh-oh. That's not good. He does have a small counterattack force. He's going to send it into the third, but there's no third. No, he sends it towards the natural now. Marines are getting eaten alive here. There are some turrets, though, next to the natural. These turrets over by the barracks are going to die, and that could be enough to just end the game. If you keep losing your Marines over and over again, it could be GG, but he's running into the natural here with some Fire Bats. Could kill off a lot of drones here.
Yeah, but
he needs to get critical damage right now. The drones are stacking up pretty nicely.
Whoa.
Can he actually grab some more of these? 4 or 5 drones have gone down so far, but Lings are popping. Gonna finish off these Fire Bats. Go, 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 Fire Bats. Oh, not quite.
I think it's over. Too many Mutalisks.
Oh no, too bad. Danny's slowly pushing forward here with his turrets, but just not able to build next to his barracks here. And because of that, he just can't get any Marines out. And he will eventually die as the Lings arrive in the natural. It's gonna be GG. Endless rallies here from Yabsab. Picks off the last of the Marines. Not even allowing Danny to get a single Marine, honestly. We'll lose these turrets as well. And GG. Yabsab. Another victory.
Whoa. Well, that's a third with a lot of experience, right? He managed the situation flawless. So.
Oof. Too bad for Danny there.
Yeah, I don't know what is going through his mind right now, but he has to be a concern about what he's going to do next.
Absolutely, yeah, that's got to be sort of a morale breaker here, going down 0-3. Of course, now you've got nothing to lose. Just throw it all out there, Dandy. Do your best. Try to get a win here. We might see Yabsab go for some wild builds as well.
So
Anyway.
Shakura's temple. So we know that Dandy will not make an 8 racks or something like that, which I'm expecting sometime in this series. But this is not the map to do so. Since you cannot build in the middle of the map, you cannot proxy. So, and you cannot block your entrance properly. So, maybe we're going to see a standard game here.
All right, and on cross map, up in the top right is Dandy, and down here in the bottom left, Yabsab. Very, very long rush distance here. The longest out of I think any maps in the ladder pool at the moment. This is a massive map with an enormous amount of expansions. Hopefully we'll see a nice macro game here. Dandy, want to see him bring it back, man. But I would be happy with just a good macro game, to be honest. We've seen a lot of quick ones so far.
Well, this is a map. This is a map where you can see a standard good macro game. Most turns are very comfortable on this map, and the only downside is that it's very, very easy to put a ninja expo. So, because there are many ways to expose and many ways to look where to look in this map. So, but taking that aside, I think this will be a standard macro game, and this will be a GG, of course.
Of course. Yeah, this is a very difficult map to scout every base. Unless you have like a quick flying unit, something like a Scourge or a Wraith, you can just send around the map. Yeah, it can be pretty rough to spot those ninja expands now. Let's see Yabsab just take his base as per usual. Nothing out of ordinary here. Danny, no gas as of yet. Probably just going to start out here with a quick expansion as well. Yeah, just a standard macro game. So how do you like this map in TVZ?
I like it. I think I like this map much more playing TVP, to be honest, because you can expand, you have expos, you can defend fairly easily, and then you can just attack multiple targets at a time, multiple nexus at a time. But TVC is different. I believe that this map is balanced in TVC. I don't think that there is an advantage for neither of the races. I don't know.
I tend to agree.
It's just my opinion. But you cannot block, so the middle is quite big, so you can flank. You have a lot of expos. It's not that easy, I believe, to defend expos, but otherwise, I think it's a very good map. I like it a lot. I think when I saw this map on ASL, I thought to myself that it was the most interesting and the best map I've seen so far. So I really enjoy playing on this map.
Yeah, it's a great map. Well, apart from some of the other maps we've seen in ASL, like Plasma, that map,
yeah,
endlessly annoying to me on the ladder. But this map is always a pleasure. You veto that? Okay. Most people do, so I don't have it vetoed. Because
I veto.
Most people do have it vetoed, but yeah.
So taking advantage of cross position, we are looking that Dandy is going to open with a +1 attack, which is pretty smart since, as you mentioned before, the rush distance is quite big in this map. So he will be able to defend any kind of early aggression. So that allows him to do this kind of reloader.
Very unlikely we'll see another Zergling big attack coming from Yabsab here early in the game, as it just takes so long for the Lings to cross the map here. It's not really going to be worth it. We see Yabsab spreading his Lings out everywhere, making sure there's no stray Marines kind of wandering towards his natural here as he sends the Lings across the map to potentially pressure Dandy, who's getting his Marines towards the ramp. He's got to be careful with these. Only 5 Marines here. Adding on the second rack.
I'm surprised that Dandy didn't build a supply on his ramp or a bunker. Okay, so
he's gonna pay for it.
Yep.
Yabsab gonna hide some Lings back in the third base here. They will be taken out, but buying some time for these few Lings in the main to deal some damage.
Plus he scouted. He confirmed Dandy's build order, so this is pretty much annoying.
That's right, he confirmed the build order, and He killed an SCV, but he also slowed these SCVs from mining by an insane amount. He kills another. And this one barracks actually isn't building. This barracks here is not building right now. Finally, he starts that barracks once again to continue building there. But that was a serious wrench in the plan of Dandy. That was some good damage there from Yabsab.
Yeah, pretty good micro, very good bait with the Zerlings. We can see it really effective, and he bought a lot of time to play the mutas, to set up a third. I think Yabsab is in a very good position, and the advantage build wise that Dandy had is not that great now. So now Dandy will have to defend with turrets until he has the range upgrade completed, which will not happen before the 7-minute mark. So this will be defense time for him.
Defense time for him, but soon he will have that range upgrade and +1 to boot with 5 racks pumping away in the back. That's a lot of Marine and Medic to work with. We'll see how much he can get done with that sort of mid-game power spike that this build does afford you. Yabsab going to fly in the main here. He's going to have plenty of time, even as Dandy walks out with his Marine and Medic. He has a lot of time to harass here before falling back and actually fighting with these Marine Medic. There we go. Now he is going to back off and go to intercept the Marine Medic. You can't allow that to wander all the way across the map here unchallenged. So Dandy does drag the Mutalisk of his main base and will be able to remake those turrets. Not going to sustain any more damage at this point, but he has to keep this Marine Medic ball alive. I don't want to see him lose this once again. He's got to keep it alive and reinforce as more Medic and Marine pop out. Yabsab going to do his best to slowly chip away at these Marine Medic. And there's the reinforcements that I want to see. All right.
So that is scanned Yabsab main and natural, so he confirmed that it was going to be full muta. So maybe he has to do his best effort to assemble the army and try to not lose these Marines, because his factory is already delayed a lot and he needs to trade efficiently. But those muta will try to cut reinforcements, and I'm not sure that this will be enough to kill Yabsab.
I don't think so, but he's going to kill off a lot of mutas here. Mutas just diving straight in on top of this big Medic Marine ball. He will lose his Medics and Marines, but a horrible trade for someone who's going for a 5 racks play. If you can just fight straight up with a bunch of Mutalisks and kill off a lot of them, or at least damage a good amount of them, you're gonna be pretty happy with that trade. Of course, you would much rather dive on a base and kill it. Again, he's going to dive on top of these Marines, but the Mutas are getting extremely low, and low in number as well. Now Danny can just fall back to his turrets and rebuild that army. Again, this is not as bad as it looks for Danny right now, but he's started his factory. Just needs to hold back these Mutalisks here in the main to defend properly against this. Bring up his Marine Medic forces. Push back these Mutalisks for now. They are very, very deep in the red. Gonna swap out some of those really red HP Mutalisks there. Put in some fresh ones and continue this harassment. Pretty good so far. So there's no bunker here in the front, and bringing up some Lings. Yabsab sensing a bit of weakness here. He's done a good job of bringing these down. Wow, a lot of Mutalisks suddenly going down there in that fight, but if he brings up the Lings with the Mutas here and there's no bunker, he might be able to dive forward and actually kill off these Marines and then jump on top of the turrets with the Lings. He does finish off those Marines. There's no turrets here on the right-hand side. Yabsab really showing off his micro this game. Destroying Dandy with this. He'll lose turrets here to the Lings. He's got to pull SCVs to try and fight. He cancels both of the starports which we're building to pick up this last turret. There's only one turret over top of the barracks, and you can see how badly it went in the previous game when all of the turrets went down over the barracks. Can get out of control very quickly. Yabsab not slowing down on his aggression. He's going to dive in once again, fighting with all the Marines. The mutas are so low, but just barely able to clean up all of the Marines here, and the turrets are not finished.
Oh, the GG scan. You know when you are doomed, he just scan the other. and he's confirming that it's just Muta and Link. And
Yes,
maybe he's kicking himself.
Oh no. Doesn't have these two starports up. It's so far away. The science vessel is just trying so hard to hold on. If only he had that bunker in the front.
Oh, too many losses there.
Push off the Mutalisk a little bit here. All the Lings are gonna die as well, but more and more Mutalisk just rallying up like crazy. And there's no way for Dandy to hold on from here. He needed some splash damage, but he's still so far away from that. Lings are gonna come up, start to destroy these turrets and Marines as well. That's gonna be it, guys. Yabsab just continuously sending in just tons and tons of mutas. He can break the natural as well with Lings. There's nothing to stop him from doing so. The Marine forces are beginning to build up slightly, but another dive in forward here again from Yabsab will eliminate those. Tons of Lings. Yeah, they're going to come up here towards the natural. Got 4 turrets on top of the barracks, but...
Yeah, he needs to kill the natural, or... because if Dandy can get Valkyries or Vessels or something to handle the mutas, Yabsab will be in a very bad spot.
Yeah, but the starports are not building. They're just sitting there.
Yeah.
They don't have an SCV on them, so... that's never going to happen. He's going to have to lift off his command center. He does have a good group of Medic Marine now, but...
yeah, but... if he loses that CC, it's GG, game over.
Okay, he's going to hold on for now. Keeps the CC alive. He's going to have to start building turrets like crazy here. Even more of the Mutalisks are coming up by way of reinforcement, and yeah, look at the numbers. Too many mutas. He gets another turret up in the natural, but he will lose his command center, looks like. And with that game...
it's over. Nice try though to hold, but it's way too much now. GG.
GG is called. Yabsab, his final victory. 4-0 in the series. Oof.
Whoa.
A rough one there for Dandy. He's going to be going back over those replays for a while, I think.
Well, there are small mistakes. There's no serious things, but Yabsab has that ability to capitalize with one small trade or mistake or run by, and then it's a snowball where he gets more and more advantage. So
those can be some of the most painful losses, is when you make a tiny mistake and just utterly lose to it straight up.
Well, when you have this quality with these players that play this quality, you know that it's going to take one mistake like that. And these players always take advantage of little details or little mistakes, and it can snowball from there.
Alright guys, I'm just going to chime in really quickly. This is a special event. Big shout out to Sushi for recommending this. We got 2 free mouse pads to give away, guys.
Whoa.
There is a Google form. 1 lucky winner from North America and 1 lucky winner from Latin America will be given a free mouse pad. There's the link, guys. I'm not copy and pasted it into the chat just in case somebody comes at the end and very conveniently gets a hold of the link. Gotta write it down. Short questions. Put in your username, not your real name. indicate whether you're in Latin America or North America, and leave an email address. Everything will be private except your username. At the end of the stream, we'll reveal the 2 winners, and mouse pads will be shipped to them for free. Courtesy of AfreecaTV and Alpha X. Big mouse pad. Very wide.
Just crazy. Just crazy.
Insane.
And the mouse pads are so cool. I don't know if you have the opportunity to see the picture, but they are really cool.
Picture's up on screen now. Nice. Looks like... What is that custom design? Is that from AfreecaTV? Oh yeah, it is. That's
yeah,
awesome.
That's right. And 2 pro gamers from Alpha X in the bottom right, next to the mineral crystals. So there was the link. We will show it again. Let's get back to the game, guys.
Man, I want that mouse pad. That thing is sick. That's awesome. All right. And the players are ready. We're going to go into the next game on Polypoid. The most balanced maps in the map pool right now. Artos' favorite map. How about you, Pato?
I think it's the new Fighting Spirit, Luna, Lost Temple not because it was imbalanced, but I think it's the go-to map when you don't know what to play. I think it's balanced. I cannot say that Polypoid is a difficult or a biased map to play.
For sure. So down here in the bottom right, we've got Yabsab. He's in the gray. And in the top left, Dandy in the white.
Or is it pink?
Pink? Yeah, it looks kind of pink, I guess. There's a bunch of those colors that look really similar. Pink and white and pale yellow or something like that.
Yeah. So cross positions again. So maybe we're going to see the same build order from Dandy. I don't believe that he could, in that particular main on top left and bottom right, on both those bases you can make a wall. But we see that he's not opting for that. So maybe if he scouts or he realizes that Yabsab is on cross spawn again, maybe he tries to do a 2 supply refinery eBay build order or a 3 supply refinery eBay build order, since he can take advantage of the rush distance to build the +1 upgrade.
I'd like to see him go for a mech build here, actually. Mix it up. Try to get a vulture in or something like that. He did manage to sneak vultures by in that game when he went for
I would have bet that he would try to 8 racks on this game. Happily he didn't because they are cross position, but I saw Dandy 8 racks a lot on this map. So I would have betted that Dandy would choose to go to that particular build, but I was mistaken, of course. So it's going to be a standard match from what I can see. Second softly for Dandy, since he didn't manage to scout Yabsab earlier, so 12 hatch for Yabsab. Still a very, very standard game. So maybe we can give Saiyan the standard game that he's looking for, the macro intense multitask game that the people want.
Let's hope so. So here on Cross Map, there are a couple of different locations where Yabsab might choose to take his third base, probably in the bottom left or the top right. Some other locations possible in the bottom center or the center right, but those are more for aggressive builds. If we see him take either the 6 o'clock or the 3 o'clock, probably just pure Metalisk aggression in this game. So I'm hoping he takes the bottom left or the top right and just plays it out in a nice macro game with lurkers. Gets it to Defiler. We can see Dandy try to break him on those bases. But for now, it's a common 2-hatch play out of Yabsab thus far. He's going to try and track down that SCV, and then we'll see if he wants to throw down a Spire or a Hydralisk Den.
Well, we can see that Dandy is going for that +1 build order. Oh no, he's going for factory. Okay. So now he's going to make mech.
All right.
Yep.
That's what I like to see. Okay.
Let's wait to confirm it isn't a 1-1-1 or something like that. But yeah, it should be mech. It should be mech. Okay, that's interesting.
And he's putting a wall in here, not cutting any corners this game. Getting that wall up with the supply depot and the bunker. He shouldn't die to any sort of Ling aggression here, and the Yabsab's gonna put on the pressure.
Yeah, he shouldn't. You said correctly, but he needs to close and he needs to pull some SCVs or he will die.
Ooh, I like the placement of the SCV there in the wall. I hope he keeps it there. Yes, he does. Beautiful positioning here from Dandy. He moves the Marines just in time to block that. He pulls the SCVs as well. Nice job by Dandy. Perfect hold here. Losing only a couple of Marines and an SCV. Awesome job. Much different game than that previous. Very good hold from Dandy.
He needs he's going for a starport maybe? Is that a starport? Yes, he's going 1-1-1. He's not going for mech. Or at least, yes. Okay.
And Yabsab spots all this. He's gonna send some more Lings in. He manages to get 3 Lings by. There should be a Vulture popping out, but it's not actually producing here. That factory.
Yep. So turrets will be late. I think Dandy is in a very good position, but he needs to defend because if the mutas start making damage, he can equalize the game. It's really a two-hatch all in from Yabsab. I think if Dandy manages to put some turrets and gets the Valkyrie in time, he will defend this with no problem, with ease, I would say. But he needs to defend this or he will die.
Comes the turrets now, and yeah, I think he will have turrets on time here at the rush distance. It's very far. The turrets have already started. He's adding on a lot of turrets as well. I think we've got about 7 turrets.
It's all in.
He's all in.
He stops this, Dandy wins. So
Dandy should just keep building turrets here. He needs to scan and find out what his opponent's doing. He doesn't have a scanner though. No Academy. Just getting into that Valkyrie. I think as soon as we see 3 Valkyries out, that'll be a hold from Dandy.
Well, I think he knows it's all in because of the amount of Zerlings that were wasted. So I know that Dandy knows that there are no drones. So if he holds this, that he will, of course, I think we are going to see the first victory for our Peruvian friend.
Great volley there from the Valkyrie to start off. Gets actually, I think, 2 volleys. Very nice, and doesn't even lose a turret, so a great start to this hold. We're going to see the Scourge try to fly in. It takes 2 hits from a Scourge to kill a Valkyrie. So if he can get some Scourge on top of these Valkyries and keep the number low, he might be able to fight his way through here, but it's going to be very rough. 2 of the turrets do get picked off, and almost jumping in there. Oh, so close. Did one of those connect? I don't think it did. He's looking for another hit on this Valkyrie. Beautiful micro, but he loses the Valkyrie. Anyway, we saw the patrol micro with the Valkyrie to pull that thing back, but he still manages to pick it off. And Yabsab going to continue with aggression. Another one! Oh no, this is going not very well for Danny. The beautiful micro from Yabsab. His micro with the Mutalisk and Scourge is amazing.
Yeah,
flawless,
but still he's on 2 base full Muta and Dandy has a better tech, I think he's playing way from behind. I think he has no chance on winning this game. Even though Yabsab is incredible, okay.
Another Valkyrie there.
Yeah, so
This
Dandy needs to
continues.
stop. Dandy needs to stop losing units like that. But even though he lost way too many Valkyries for free, I think there's no way. There's no way. I would personally start the Yabsab fan club if he wins this game.
I'm gonna hold you to that. Running forward with the Valkyrie, doesn't even get a shot off there. God, what is the Valkyrie doing? Basically kissed the Mutalisk there.
Yeah, he's
Right
styling.
next to it.
Yabsab is styling with his muted. It's really hard to win. You gotta keep the Valkyrie count really low. You gotta snipe the Valkyries all the time to avoid getting like a critical number 3 or 4. Plus, he will have +1 Marines in no time as well. So.
Oh, the bunker doesn't have anything in it. The bunker is empty. He's gonna lose the bunker. Oh, he does pick off the Scourge though, and now there's 2 Valkyries. And I think Dandy's almost ready to push out here once he gets a 3rd Valkyrie and a few more Marines. It's gonna start putting pressure onto Yabsab. And I think, yeah, that's gonna be the victory here for Dandy. Dives forward again, kills another Valkyrie, so delaying that critical mass. There are 2 Valkyries out, but he's lost like 4 or 5 Valkyries already this game. It's crazy.
Yeah, incredible micro. You can tell that Yabsab is a top-notch player. I'm really impressed, but he's fighting in a very hard situation. You need that 3rd, and tech-wise, you cannot do anything other than Muta against a heavy counter army for mutants, such as Marine Medics and Valkyries. Okay, GG.
There it is, GG. First win for Dandy.
Yay. Vamos, Peru. Okay, Yabsab, you won't have your fan club, sorry.
You know what's funny about these semi-pro Koreans versus foreigners show matches to me? It feels like the foreigners are fighting for their lives to win a game, and at the same time the Koreans are like, I don't want to lose to foreigners, so they're fighting their asses off. And so both of them are just, trying their hardest not to lose.
Well, how you come back home and see other pro gamers, you see, haha, you lost to a foreign, and you get mocked and bullied for a week.
You can't show your face at the internet cafe for the whole week.
Yeah, but don't get me wrong, South American Dandy gets bullied a lot in his own community, even he wins or lost. It's we have like a tradition of bullying other people in South America, so we are pretty much used to it. So 5 excellent games so far, a great series. All of them were GGs. Some of them really fast. We didn't get to see any long game besides the first one, I believe, which was that long. But action-packed games, of course.
Alright, next up we've got Ascension, the 3-player map. A newer map, but I think a very interesting and great addition to the map pool, both ASL and... Is it on the ladder now? I don't think I've ever seen it. No, I don't think it's on the ladder yet.
No, but in some tournaments they added it, so...
Maybe a future ladder map.
Yeah, the particular thing about this map is it doesn't have a ramp, so that favors any kind of early aggression from, I don't know, from any race. In PvP, any 8 racks, early pool or even proxy gateway to play Protoss, it is really good to be aggressive on this map. When you don't have a ramp, it opens that possibility. So well, we're gonna wait and see what they're going to do. So now we'll introduce the players. In the bottom left side of the map, we have our purple Terran Dandy, and on the red bluish side, bottom right of the map, we have our Korean Zerg, the legend, the ASL Zerg Yabsab. So this will be a map where I would open pool first. But since Yabsab tried a really aggressive build order last game, it's fair enough to predict that I don't think that he will try 2 games in a row an all-ish build like that, right?
Maybe not. It's worked. I mean, it's worked. It's been working, except for that last game. The all-ins with the mutas have been working. He's shown really to be extremely adept at just rallying mutas and continuously trading with the Marines and turrets and just snowballing the games from there. Yeah, I don't know if he wants to mix it up here. This 3-player map, I really like it for the long game for Terran. There's not really a good location where you can just snag a base on high ground and just hold that. Kind of like, you know what I'm talking about on Eclipse? You've got those 2 bases in the bottom right-hand corner that literally just put 2 lurkers on top of the ramp and they're held. That's not really going to be the case on this map. You've got the other main, which you can hold with a couple of lurkers at that natural, but it's not a high ground. And the ramp, like the space is not that big or not that small. So, you know, you can actually potentially break through that with Marines, especially if you use a D matrix or something like that. So I kind of like this map for Terran as it goes later on. Grabbing that 3rd and the 4th can be very tough for the Zerg player. So putting that into consideration, we might end up seeing Yabsab go for another sort of mutalist all-in build here.
So fast gaps for Dandy. This is pretty strange, or not that often that you see a build order like that, which makes me think: will he try a 1-1-1 again? Maybe, because I don't know. Maybe if it works, maybe he now is he's ready to repeat the build order until it fails. But I don't think that Yabsab will do the same follow-up with full link, so I'm not sure what he's going to do, either a +1 or a factory build order.
I'm not familiar with this style of 1-1-1 that Dandy has been doing, where he doesn't send out vultures on the map to try and pressure. We haven't seen Yabsab build a sunken colony at the front from fear of vultures yet this game, though we've seen mech 2 or 3 times, or not mech, but the 1-1-1 2 or 3 times now. Yeah, this is a quicker gas, so he will have that factory out quite soon.
Oh no.
Second factory, okay. Full on mech this game. I'm gonna see some vultures out for sure. And going into the Goliath. I really like this style when you feel like you're struggling to hold a Zerg player with the Mutalist, when the Mutalist player has really good micro. Switching into mech can really negate that sort of that just pure micro from the Zerg player. You can get the range upgrade on the Goliath and just mow down the mutas as they come in. They're not going to be able to get much damage on you. A couple of Lings going to slip by here. He does spot the build. Everything is revealed. That's a great scout.
Busted again. Dandy, you should know better. Well, maybe we're going to see Goliath, but Armory Is that an armory? No, the third factory. Okay, so that's I think in mistake. There's no eBay. Okay, one
Continue
side.
3 factory. No, he doesn't have even a single vulture popping out here.
So once I
Ballsy, just gonna go
saw,
straight in.
I saw a tutorial from Flash regarding mech, current mech, and he stated that if the third goes to Hachimura, you cannot build a third factory. You have to build 2 factory, eBay, and then the third factory, because if you do so, you won't be able to defend it. Or you will do a lot of damage. Because you need turrets. So Flash said himself, right?
Yeah, you can't
You can challenge the
can't
god.
contest. You can't challenge God, no. Well, you can, but you always lose. That's the problem. And it looks like Danny probably gonna lose here. He's taking a ton of damage. He's got a couple of Goliaths out, but the turrets are so late, and Yabsab micro is so good. And what I was saying earlier about Dandy going for the Goliaths to sort of counter the mutas and make sure they don't get any damage done, well, is not going to be the case here. Without the turrets early on, and we're still waiting on the Goliath range upgrade, it's just going to be a ton of SCV losses. And I think the Yabsab could even snowball this into a victory. He's continuously adding on Lings and Muta. He's killing off more and more turrets here. Hasn't added on any additional techs. And yeah, just pure Mutalist popping out, and Ling gonna be followed up as well. I think we're gonna see that all in we were talking about.
Yeah, I don't think it's on all in, but he received a lot of damage, so he will not be able to timing push Dandy. The timing push Yabsab, sorry. So he's in a very bad spot because he won't be able to have a good map, a good army to be able to defeat Yabsab. He lost a lot of SCVs. I know he's trying to do a counter, but Dandy can just retreat.
This feels, yeah, this feels desperate right now. He's gonna go for a counter across the map. Dandy holds his main, but he's got nothing mining at the natural. He picks off a couple of overlords. Gonna lose a free Goliath here in the center of the map. That's bad. But there's no sunkens. See what he can do here in the natural. 4, 5 Goliaths, 4 Marines.
Not too much
Usually fight against this. I think it's just too much. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the reinforcements popping out as well. GG.
GG.
You were completely right on that. Or I could say Flash was completely right.
Yeah. I'm just a nerd. I'm just a nerd who watch videos.
Oh, that's a good thing to note down though. 2 hatch
Yeah. Yeah, I try to learn every terrain below order, and I like doing mech, and that's like a kind of a rule. If you see 3 hatch Zerg, you can do 3 factory and then eBay, but if you are dealing against 2 hatch Muta, you have to do 2 factory and eBay, because if not, a thing like this will happen. You will be able to stop it, but you will receive so much damage that you will lose every time. You will not be able to I don't know, to hit the Zerg in time, or to evolve into a macro game. So fighting spirit.
The last game of the series, we're going for a blast from the past, Fighting Spirit. This map has been around for ever, decades even. It's been around for a decade, I think so.
Yes. This map is really, really, really standard on the ladder. It has been played a lot. So I think every player, every StarCraft gamer knows this map already. So it needs, I think, no introduction.
All right, and we have a Yabsab spawning here in the bottom right, in the red. Vertical spawns up at the top right is Dandy. He's the blue Terran.
Okay,
And,
here we have close positions. So different scenario here.
Close positions, and we don't have the Terran in the bottom left, which is very good for
A-Rax,
Dandy.
yeah, A-Rax. I knew it. He will do it. One game, it had to happen.
All right, so 8
A-Rax.
racks on Fighting Spirit. The Overlord is not heading in the correct direction at the moment. We'll see if Yabsab decides to go for a drone scout. But we're going to have a quick game here, folks. Very quick one. With the 8 racks, is going to be putting on a lot of pressure here in the early game. Try to get a bunker down. You going to pull SCVs with this, Pato?
Yes, you have to. I think the key with this particular build order is to kill drones. And if you kill, I think if you kill 3 drones, it is worth it. But if you don't, you are down for trouble.
Yabsab mixing it up. He's gonna go for an 11 pool, so not that quick. And a gas as well, so not the quick hatchery that we've seen out of him so many times this series.
Yeah,
This
very
final
strange
game,
build order. It's a
he's
really
gonna
strange
go-
build order.
He's gonna go for Speedling early here, I think. That's gonna be a great counter against what Dandy's trying to do.
Yeah. It is really strange, that build order that he's playing. I don't see it. I don't see it often. I think he kind of sensed that Dandy might A-Rax him. So Dandy will be okay because A-Rax will defend him against any amount of links that Yabsab could throw at him, but he's on his back foot economy-wise because his expo will be way too late, and he will try to kill anyways. Okay, he will try to attack anyways. He knows he's really bad build otherwise, so he's going for the throat. The question is, will he be able to kill Yabsab? Maybe Yabsab will try to backstab with 2 links. Dandy ignore it and go. Ignore it.
Wings are very low. They're gonna enter the main base, try to get some damage. There is a sunken on the way inside the main of Yabsab. It cancels his natural. And Dandy just gonna turn around and go home quietly here. Rather than taking a fight in the natural, he's just going to head back. Loses an SCV there. But I think satisfied with canceling that natural. Ooh, and the Overlord pick off. Nice.
Massive loss. So Yabsab is going to do 1 hatch muted. Oh my.
1 hatch Muta versus Dandy sitting here on 1 base is going to be a wild game, actually. And go back up onto his high ground. Dandy got to get up there. Don't want to lose any Marines to these links. They're going to be very, very important in the future here with the hold against the Mutas. A second base coming up from Yabsab, but that is so incredibly delayed. He's going to have to do damage with his Muta here. Slow down the economy. We've got so many SCVs from Dandy. He can add on his command center on high ground.
He needs
ranks here.
He needs an eBay and Marine Medics in order to make damage.
I think that's an eBay right there, is it? No? Academy?
Just in the second Rex.
Oh, just
Academy.
above. Oh. There it is.
Okay, this will be interesting. This will be a micro game, of course. You have to take care of every link and every Marine. Okay, that sunken was annoying Yabsab, the mineral path. So it is really even, I want to say. This is a very strange situation. You don't encounter this pretty often on ladder, so
I'd say Dandy actually, I favor his position here. He's gonna be able to just pump off of these two barracks. He's gonna have his turrets up, his +1 on the way. As soon as he has the range and stim, he's gonna have a very, very strong push out. And the Yabsab only creating Mutalisk very slowly, adding on those 3. He wasn't able to pop 6 at once because he didn't have the larva there. He still hasn't taken his gas at the natural, so he's very limited on gas. He's got his medics out already. And how do you fight against this with the Mutas? Just with amazing control is going to have to be the answer here from Yabsab. And maybe a little mistake from Dandy as well would help. No sunken colony here from Yabsab. It's just pure Mutalisk defense. That's all he can do at the moment. And I think behind this, Danny just going to keep reinforcing and eventually take that natural. Yeah, I'm liking his position. Waiting for the range here. No +1 done either.
Well, +1 will take a lot of time. He needs to wait for the range, and if not, he will not be able to fight these mutas. And if he loses this Marine and Medic ball, I think he will be in a very bad position. So, like I said before, this will be a micro battle. He cannot lose any unit. He has to be very. You have to play the patient game. You see that Yabsab is doing the death dance near the Marines. You know, when the vultures fly over a dead body, that's the mutas of Yabsab dancing around those Marines and medic.
The more Marines are going to reinforce here. This ball is going to get scarier and scarier. Yabsab, how many mutas does he have in that stack? It looks like around
8.
Only 8 mutas at this point. And the range has finished. +1 not quite done yet, but can take fights with this. Nice job. Now Yabsab is finally mining here off of 2 bays, and Danny, no command center just yet. I think he's got one building inside the main, but he's gonna push forward here. Gonna pick off an overlord as well, possibly. Fighting with the mutas. Yabsab should be able to clean this. There's not much left here for Danny, but great movement there. Picks off a couple more mutas, and finally he will be cleaned up. Alright, loses all of those Marine and Medic. And then now it's just pure aggression here from Yabsab. He can fly straight across the map and start to deal damage. No chance of Dandy grabbing that natural for a little while here, at least until he gets something out to assist. Maybe a Valkyrie.
Yeah, but he's going for science.
For science.
+1 mutas also, so those mutas are very, very dangerous. So it's pretty even because Dandy doesn't have an expo and he's trying to play a old school game like 2 base versus 1 base. But the Yabsab Muta Micro is just ridiculous. He's killing way too much.
That's so good, yeah. And he's actually forcing Dandy to come out and fight here by just picking away at the starport. Starport is gonna die.
Oh no.
Dandy can't do anything about it. Gonna have to rebuild a starport here on the right hand side. Too bad he didn't lift that off and just run away. Quite a bit of lost build time there. And he might even lose this science facility. God, he gotta lift that thing off, man. No, he loses the science facility, and it's really starting to slip out of Dandy's hands now. Pure Muta on the way from Yabsab, and I think he can just continually dive in here. He can even pick off the factory, maybe? At least some more Marines and Medics gonna go down.
Muta control masterclass, right?
Absolutely. And what we said at the beginning of this cast, that maybe the lag issues might force Yabsab not to make mutas or to not rely on his mutalist control. I mean, completely proven wrong.
Yeah.
Turn rate 12 low, perfectly fine for Yabsab to control.
Yeah, no one can complain. No one can complain. You can see that you can micromuta in this turn rate. So wow. It's ridiculous how he can kill so much.
This tiny little corridor here hurting Dandy so badly. It's that spot between the barracks and the ramp there. His Marines just lining up so much. And now it is just pure Yabsab from here on in. He's adding on his Hydralisk Den as well. He's got his Terran opponent stuck on one base. There's not really much of a future for a Terran player. You can play off of 2 base for an incredible amount of time as the Terran. But on 1 base, there's just not much of a future. Gonna mine out here pretty quickly. And before that, I mean, getting it completely contained by lurkers.
That's the final nail in the coffin. Lurkers approaching to the Terran base, and Dandy just has Marines. One vessel will be able to pop out, but I'm not sure how he plans to go down that ramp with fewer Marines.
You know, lurkers at the top of a ramp just as good.
And no factory.
At the bottom of the ramp, no factory. Oof.
No factory.
The options for Dandy in this game really being taken away one by one.
Whoa, 5 lurkers.
Basically nothing left to do. 5 lurkers here.
5 more ping. It's over.
Oof. I think Dandy going to try to step down this ramp and then possibly just GG out. He's standing up here as though he's ready to move forward. He wants to get an irradiate onto the mutas, but now with lurkers, Yabsab even gonna push up this ramp. I don't think that's the right choice, but he does manage to get off a pretty decent volley on some of the Marine and Medic. The Mutalist also comboing pretty nicely there. And yeah, he can push up here. He can do whatever he wants. He could lose all of the units that are here at the moment. I think he would still win with just producing extra. Gonna burrow up. The top of the ramp, slowly pushing towards these few turrets.
Yeah, he knows it's over.
Should be an irradiate. Does go down on a good clump of mutas. Pulling it out pretty well. Doesn't take a whole lot of damage there, and yeah, just full on lurker from here on out. No tanks can be produced.
Yeah, that's why
he's really sticking it in.
Yeah, that's why he's trying to push down the ramp, because he knows there are no tanks. But Andy should leave. It's there's no way he can win this.
He's still sticking it out, as is his right. But yeah, I think I definitely agree with you. There's no way to take this fight effectively and actually turn it into a win. Instead, it's just going to be more and more lurkers running forward, burrowing up, and getting on top of this production. GG is called. Dandy taps out. Yabsab is the victor. And overall, a 6-1 defeat here for Danny. Damn, what a crazy matchup here. I mean, just insane, the level of Mutalist Micro. I don't know if Danny was expecting that or prepared for that. I don't know if there's anyone in the foreign scene who can really micro at that level with the Mutalist.
Well, I'm really a fan of True Touch. Micro is really nice, and I don't know about Ziki and Ion Surf, but it was really amazing micro. So great series. Thank you, Sushi and Alpha X and Think Week team for bringing us this amazing matchup. Thank you, gracias a la gente de Perú que está observando. Thank you, everyone who's watching. And we still have one more series to go. That is Dewalt versus Untitled.
It's our Russian player versus the Korean Ample PVT. It's gonna be a great match. Two of my favorite matchups actually, ZVT and PVT. Very fun to watch.
Oh, Dewalt is a great Russian powerhouse, while Ample played on KT and KT along with Flash. So he was #1 of ladder for a very long time. So this is a great matchup, as good as Dandy against Yabsab. So I think everyone is looking forward for this match as well.
Okay, so it's time for mousepad giveaway. I'm going to share the link again. One lucky North American viewer, Latin American viewer can receive a free mousepad shipped for free to your address. Go to the link, complete the questions, and at the end of today's stream, we'll announce the winners. It'll be fun. There's a wheel and everything. I'll select at random a name. Pretty cool mousepad. I asked if I could include my name in the draw. Not allowed.
Oh.
And SaiyanSC, if you were not in Asia, you could.
Your cousin also could participate.
Pato can participate. He's in Latin America.
Yay! I already did. I already completed the form, I believe. If not, that would be very sad. That mousepad is really good.
A collectible item right there, for sure. That's very cool. Not gonna find that in Best Buy in North America. It's a one of a kind. Got the AfreecaTV mascots there. You can see the little panda bear face. Or is that a panda bear, or is that a...
I think it is.
A cat?
I think so.
It's a cat.
Cat? It's a cat? It's a cat.
Yeah, I think it's
so
a cat.
cute. What is the Hydralis there? What is that face?
It's like a Monster Inc. thing going on there.
I think so. And I guess there's a probe on the left side. The cat driving a probe.
I think so.
Very cute. Very cute and an awesome giveaway. Definitely hit that link. Go and submit your name and get your chance to win. Very cool. Very cool that we have a giveaway here for the stream. And some awesome games as well. Really looking forward to this next series, guys. Go ahead and tell your friends. Go to your Discord chats, your Discord groups. Send them a link. Let them know that this event is happening. A crossover between some of the best foreign players and some great Korean players as well. Very rare that we get a crossover like this, but it's really cool to see. I was really hoping that Dewalt was going to make it into ASL this season. We haven't seen a foreign player on the ASL stage for an insanely long time, if ever. Have we ever seen an ASL?
So. No, I think Ian Sir traveled to Korea once to play AFL, but that's the only case I know. Red participate in Korean tournament. I think it's the only game. And none from the United States. If my memory, if I don't recall, if I recall correctly. But yes, ASL per se, I don't know. Maybe this is the first time, besides ELSR, of course. Good games, good games.
All right, so what do you guys think? Dewalt versus Ample.
What can I say?
Taking into consideration how well Dewalt did for Scan, and if you haven't checked out the VOD, guys, check it out. It was part of our Think Alpha series. Awesome 7-hole games, Scan versus Dewalt.
Yeah, Dewalt makes me think that he has no limits, and every time I watch him play, he's better and better and better, and I say, okay, he reached his limit, and then he breaks that limit and plays better. So I don't know. Obviously, what the first thing that would come to mind is, a Korean player that is a pro gamer and played a long flash will win. But I don't know. I want to believe. I choose to believe the world. I pick you.
It's not a Pokemon.
I'm not biased. Yeah. The world, go dash, dash attack. So I believe in you. It will be GG. That we all know that it's an amazing. It will be amazing games. It doesn't matter the results. I think everyone will enjoy watching good StarCraft. But Ampo is a beast. So I'm really looking forward to see another Korean Terran, a very top Korean player, Korean Terran play against our Siberian monster, Dewalt.
Yeah. I think in my heart, I believe that Ample will take this series. I want to see some nice long macro games on some of these bigger maps. We have the same map pool from the previous series. Is that correct, Ox? Same map
Yeah,
pool?
we got the same map pool, that's right.
Okay, some great maps there. And yeah, I did enjoy the Dewalt versus Scan series, and Scan actually made it into the ASL this season, whereas Ample did not, though he has been in the ASL previously. We'll see if he's still at top form coming up against Dewalt here. Maybe Dewalt's learned a few things from that previous series against Scan, putting together some new builds, some new strategies. Very exciting for this next matchup.
Should be starting soon, guys. We expect the 7 games to last about 2 hours, and it almost did. So Ample and Dewalt will be hopefully coming within the next 5 minutes. And 7 great games await you. Please continue to support us. Watch live so that our sponsors are happy and they'll keep providing prize pools that we could, give out to these players as a way to support them.
Definitely get out there, guys. Let your friends know that this series is going on. We've done our best to promote it, but we do need your help. Send out the messages in the Discord. Call everybody forward. Come
Tell
and
your
join the
aunts,
stream.
tell your uncles.
Tell your practice partners.
Tell your
Tell
grandma.
your UMS group.
Grandma's like, what do I do? Grandma, you just go to the internet. What's the internet? Type in this link.
Gotta get those numbers up. And continue to support these players. 2 more interesting matchups. Got some more matchups on the way in the works there, Ox?
Yeah, so AfreecaTV and Trova are going to continue sponsoring, hopefully, show matches for us and do a couple of those each month. And I really appreciate you, SaiyanSC. I really appreciate you, Pato, volunteering to co-cast. I think we have a really cool, like, community cast vibe. Different people coming in when they're available, dedicating their free time. None of our casters get paid, guys. I'm not a monetizer myself, so any money that we have usually goes to the prize pool just to support these guys so they can keep representing the foreign scene, or, you know, if they're semi-pro Koreans, give them a little help. So stay tuned. We'll probably post the next events on TL.net and Reddit. We do have a map test tour. I think it's scheduled for July 10th. It'll be a 7-hour stream. It's an entire tournament on one new map. The map's been submitted to ASL for consideration. It's part of a contest series, so that'll be on July 10th. It'll be on our other social media handle. I don't want to shout it out and get in trouble here. But yeah, you can read about it on TL.net or Reddit. Usually post on there a few days before the event happens. So we're just waiting for Ample. Dewalt is in the house. He's warmed up. He's from Siberia, guys, so his time zone aligns with Korea somewhat. Where he is, it is 11 a.m. And in Korea right now, it is almost 1 p.m.
He's warm up being from Siberia. What temperature is in Siberia right now?
That's a good question.
Like minus 40.
Yeah, right? We try to do live matches, and it's very hard to do that with because players have different time zones and stuff like that. So I wish I could involve other players, but at nighttime we have a limited number of players to involve. But I'm happy to kind of include them in our series because they've been with us since last year. They haven't won major prize events recently, although Dewalt and Dandy did okay. I think during the last Russian Cyber Games, they were both in the top 3 or 4. But yeah, I really like doing these live, guys. So even though you're seeing the same players, and we'll try to kind of rotate as much as possible, just keep in consideration that not everybody's available to play at this time. And sometimes we have events earlier on in the day in North America, so do look out for those. But I think even though you've seen Dewalt, you've seen Dandy play, and some of these semi-pro Koreans, it's still fun. Ample is in the house, guys. We're gonna get started.
Good to go, my man. Excited to see this PVT.
What's your prediction, score-wise?
I'm gonna give it Ample 4-3.
Being awfully generous to Dewalt, maybe because of his performance for Scan.
I thought he really surprised me during that series. Did a great job. I want to see another good series like that out of him. And I mean, Ample is a great player, but you know, he didn't make it. He didn't make it in this year. Maybe he's slacking a little. I don't know. I don't think that Dewalt can win, but I think he can put up a really good fight here.
Competition is brutal in Korea. Yeah, I mean, these semi-pro Koreans like Ample and them, they just destroy foreigners. Foreigners are lucky to get some games off them, in my opinion. I haven't heard of any foreigner consistently beating them in different sets. But, you know, you take these semi-pros and you match them up against pro gamers, and there's a big skill gap.
I wonder what the reason is exactly for that. I think it might be the sort of walled garden in Korea of these players who, you know, they're exchanging strategies, exchanging ideas, primarily in Korean. And so foreigners just not really able to access those, have access to that sort of database of information of, you know, just telling each other what's the best strategy, explaining the metagame, explaining all that stuff. Perhaps we need more of a community in the foreign. Of course, we're just all over the place, all over the planet. Makes it quite a bit more difficult. But
Right.
I wonder if we'll ever see a foreign player actually make it to the top of something like ASL. No. Seems impossible now, but perhaps someday in the future it won't seem so crazy.
Alright, we're thinking TR16. Let's test it out for a minute or two. What's going on with the BattleNet scroll bar, guys? Does it not automatically go all the way down?
No, it's
Jesus
difficult
Christ.
because you have to use the highlighted feature, and it doesn't go down. So
You know, I'm sitting there waiting for a message, and it's been there for like 30 seconds just because.
they enter again. I'm thinking maybe TR14 since okay, so we're good, right? Okay, so in the try it TR14. Okay.
Okay, looks like we're gonna have a restart here.
Yeah. Yeah, 14 looks better. I'm always right. Okay then, so in the upper right of the map we have Siberian menace, none other than Dewalt. Okay, or maybe not. I want to introduce the player sample. No. Tier 12.
All right, guys.
No introduction for you. Yeah.
Well, you know what they say. Third time's a charm. If it's not, then we're going to replace Ample. I'm just kidding. I love you, Ample.
Okay, see. So better? Oh, no complaints. Okay then. On the top right corner of the map we have our Korean hope, the one and only Ample. And on the bottom left of the map we have our Russian powerhouse, Dewalt. IRK Dewalt, sorry.
Right, so starting out this series on Eclipse, we've got the low ground natural, double high ground base in the bottom right hand corner. Got the third base on the left side of the map for both players, and up in the top left we've got a double gas base. Very, very powerful in this matchup. Add on a lot of Templar if you're a Protoss, or a ton of factory units if you are the Terran. Ample looking out for a proxy here. Checks his base. He's going to go ahead and check around the middle of the map as well. So being very, very cautious to start out this series, making sure he's not getting cheesed. But no such cheese is coming from Dewalt. He's just starting out here with the gateway in the main. Alright, they're gonna cross paths here, spotting each other's workers, and this is a very early scout for the Terran, or Ample. Gonna see everything.
15 command center. 15 command center. Well, that's strange in this map. But he will need to build a second sublead depot because Salad is on its way. So I'm not sure if he's gonna hold without a wall and just one marine.
Oh, the probe almost died again. So close.
Yeah. Nexus is done for the Dewalt, so they're pretty even, I want to say.
First Zealot gonna come up here. We'll see if he decides to run by this bunker. Only 2 Marines will be present. And a single SCV on the ramp. He might want to jump by. He is gonna go for that run by now. Let's see, the blocking on the SCV is not good. Dewalt gonna get right up here in the main base and start to deal some damage to these SCVs and that Marine. There is a supply depot with the barracks there to sort of cut off the movement of the Zealot. Also the supply on the top of these minerals. Block the Zealot from running around the right side of the mineral patches and eventually picks that off. So not a bad hold here from Ample, of course. Not a huge deal for Dewalt to lose that initial Zealot, but the second Zealot is coming out on the way. 4 Marines are walking across the map right now, and 4 Marines more than enough to handle a single Zealot. And pulling the boys here, Ample gonna punish Dewalt.
This is pro gaming timings from Ample.
Yeah, Ample looks at what Dewalt has here and he just says it's go time. That is not enough to stop me from running you over. Sees the SCVs coming up. What's going to be the response from Dewalt here? Maybe a shield battery. The pylon is not quite finished yet. Single Dragoon comes out here. There's nothing for these probes to drill upon. Oh, maybe he did find something. Gonna get on top of these Marines with a few of the probes. Deal that damage. Gotta get us around here. Zealot pops out and oh my god, the Marines all die. Perfect hold here from Dewalt. Nicely done there. And Ample gonna be pushed away.
Incredible micro by Ample as well. He managed to make a wall. He made a lot of damage. Incredible timing as well. He knew that he had a chance, and he didn't have a doubt to move forward. So maybe a river follow-up from Dewalt, or he's going to plant a second Nexus.
Getting ready for that next Nexus, perhaps. I don't see even a observatory out just yet. He's thrown something down in his natural. I guess that's robotic support bay. And he also, I think, spent some extra money, so a shuttle should be out. There it is.
Yeah,
so a Reaver follow-up here. He's got the probe in position for that third base, but gets scouted out. Hasn't thrown that down just yet.
Ample is scary.
Ample is very scary.
He just... I think he's one step ahead of every Dewalt's movement. It's just amazing.
Dewalt does peek in on the natural and does spot that the command center is there before throwing down his own Nexus here at the third base. Getting that observatory out as well. Everything pretty normal now from Ample. Despite that kind of crazy SCV pull and attack. I think overall Dewalt came out ahead in that position. I didn't see too many probes go down. Did you get a count on the number of probes that went down?
No, I haven't counted.
I think it was maybe 2 or 3 probes. It really wasn't that much damage. A lot of SCVs fell, and also the mining time was really delayed there. Due to all of those SCVs being pulled across the map. I think he pulled about 8 SCVs, something like that. It was a very heavy commitment, and now he's going to have to defend against this Reaver. It's going to cover up that turret, but not too much damage on Dewalt's shuttle thus far. He's going to look for a way in here. Seems to be a small gap. Oh, no, there's another turret ready and waiting. Seems like not much damage to be had here for Dewalt. He's going to try and deal a little bit to this bunker. Double tank sieging up on high ground, ready to counter that play immediately. Ample all over this. And it seems, it's not the biggest problem here for Dewalt. If he doesn't get damage done with this shuttle, it's not going to make that big of a difference.
No, shuttle tends to make also when you build a river, even though you don't make damage, you slow down the push from the Terran a lot. So it's a good tool to make time to buy some time when you want to expand or tech, and even to avoid any slow down any timing push, two base push. So
Yeah.
I don't know. It's always good to river.
Absolutely. He's gonna clear out these
Oh.
few mines. No. Okay, good. He does pick that off. That was really, really bad there for a second. Vulture could have gotten a lot of damage done with that hop over the
Carrier?
wall with the mine. Carrier gonna come
Carrier?
out here. Yeah, it's a great follow up to the Reaver play. The gas really just lines up nicely. And he's going to add on those carriers. I love carrier on this map because the bottom right-hand side, taking those bases on high ground, putting a couple of cannons there, and defending with carrier is super, super easy. Can dive into the natural of your opponent as well, and then just fall back and defend the bottom right very, very quickly. There's no open ground that the Goliaths can catch you on the way back there as well. It's just all open area or like water or whatever it is over on that side. Space, I don't know what it is. Triple, is that triple?
Triple Stargate. Wow.
Triple Stargate, wow.
Heavy commitment.
Seriously. Let's see what Ample has in his main. Does he have a bunch of factories prepared for push out? Yeah, he's getting up into 6 fact really quickly. He's gonna try to push this Protoss player down.
What a
Ooh,
miss.
some good hits.
We've seen a lot, Bonnie does this build order a lot, where he pulls 2 rivers and makes time until the carriers are out. But Ample did scan, and I think he's aware of this, and he will try to push out as fast
Big
as he
shots.
can.
Nice double kill on the tanks there. Does
Oh,
lose
one
one of
river.
the Reavers. We'll get another shot off. Nicely done. Dewalt limiting the number of tanks for this push. Also adding on a bunch of extra Dragoons. He's going back for, I think, another Reaver possibly, or a couple of Zealots. Gonna dive forward again as the tanks unsiege. No, pulls back. It's gonna slow this down as much as possible. It feels like Ample's actually going for a third base here. But surprising considering Dewalt's gonna have an insane number of carriers very, very quickly. You'd think he wants to push across the map and actually stop him. But instead, Ample just gonna take this base. Now, the Reaver on high ground could do a lot. Nice siege up there. Big volley kills a Dragoon. And he will get up on high ground now. There's not really any anti-air. Okay, there's the Goliath coming out. And he can't really use the Reaver effectively at this point. There it is. Okay. Oh, another double kill. Huge. Absolutely huge. And the Dragoon's going to come forward here from the left side. Going to pick off a couple more tanks as well. This Reaver can get a huge hit. No, it does not. Good focus firing from Ample there. Picks off that Reaver, but absolutely massive damage thus far from the Reaver. Awesome, awesome job by Dewalt. He's got 3 carriers out. 3 more on the way. He's ready for a fight here. Alright, the shuttle did manage to escape as well. That is a big thing to consider, as the Reaver will be able to join this battle relatively soon. Gotta pull back with these interceptors. Interceptor count still very low here. He's got another Reaver, a good amount of gateway units, and 3 carriers. This should be a relatively simple hold from Dewalt, as long as he takes this engage not terribly, I guess you could say. If he doesn't really mess up this engage, I think he holds this pretty easily. He's got to pump out some more Zealots and Dragoons here so he can clean up those Goliaths. There's not many tanks. Only 5 tanks here. Dives forward, but loses the shuttle. And the carriers are going to engage poorly here on the left side. GG. Wow. Shock there. Dewalt just tapping out instantly as soon as he loses the shuttle. The hold.
Wow.
Yikes.
Yeah,
That was a
great
quick
game.
tap out there.
Great game. I was really worried for Ample because he didn't have a starport or same facility to continue the upgrade route, so he was going to get stuck in 1-1, and if the game goes by, I thought that Dewalt had a better position, to be honest. But that timing attack was way too strong, and the game didn't go as far as I thought it would. So great timings, great little details from the Terran that show why he's a pro gamer, why he's so good.
That's a good point there.
Yeah.
Delay on the +2 upgrade. Pretty huge in
+2
that
and
matchup.
the defense. What?
Okay. I don't think this is correct. What are we looking at here?
Hmm?
Okay, what are we looking at?
Is this bug?
I think this is a bugged game? What? This is not a replay. This is a live game. What the heck? They're mining?
What? What? Okay, I never, ever experienced something like that.
That was the Twilight Zone episode of StarCraft. What the hell? Wow, that was very strange.
Yeah. I don't know where you get those maps, Ox, but...
That's crazy.
Hmm.
I mean, Blizzard has been making some weird plays recently. I don't know what's going on with them. The whole like Chinese text thing that keeps popping up on the screen.
Yeah, I think when you are
glitches.
1 hour playing or something like that, or 2 hours, that the sign just pops out.
That's very strange. I don't know how that ended up getting into the system of like their server system. Very, very strange. Plus that whole thing with the scrolling text. Maybe this is part of that update. Very I don't know how that even happens. They must have been playing a regular game, right? Just the observer slot was messed up. How the heck does that even happen? That's so weird. I don't know. Someone from Blizzard's gonna have to explain that. Makes no sense to me.
Okay, we got a different map. Neo Sealfield.
Right, everything looks okay here. On Neo Sylphid, we've got Ample spawning here in the 12 o'clock position. And down here in the bottom right is the blue Protoss. It is Dewalt. This is the 5 o'clock, 4 o'clock, something like that. Guess so, say 4 o'clock.
Yeah.
And on Neo Sylphid, there's no high ground in the main base. It's just neutral ground main and neutral ground natural. And with quite a few maps, it is a quite a few bases all around the map. It is a 3-player map. Very open center in the middle. How do you like this map for carrier play?
I think this was a really great map. I was really sad when they removed it from the ladder pool, to be honest, because this was one of the most fun maps I StarCraft had at the time. So I was sad that it was removed and replaced by other not that fun maps to play.
The guy who made
So-
this also made Eclipse and Ascension. Big shout out to Latius, Korean map maker.
Yeah, well, he's very talented. I like all those maps as well. So thank you for your creations, Mister. Are we going to see? Yes, a 13 gas, 12 scout. I was wondering if he was planning to 15 command center again. And maybe Dewalt is opening with the same build order, 1 gate salad into Nexus maybe? But he built a gas, so he's doing Dragoon follow-up. Okay, so we're going to see what is he planning this time. There's no ramp at this map, like Science said, so we can expect a good aggressive build order from our Protoss friend over here.
I'd like to see Dewalt go for Reaver again this game. He did so good. I was really, really impressed with the Reaver micro in the last one. You know, not overcommitting towards the main base at all. He kept those Reavers alive for a long time. Killed so many tanks. I thought he was going to win that game, to be honest. Just tapped out a bit early after losing the Reavers in the shuttle at the end, but a forgivable mistake. I think he should use that strategy once again here. Wow, Ample with the wall in. Look at that. You cannot get a Zealot in there at all. That is a really cool positioning.
Yeah, he played with Legos when he was a child. It is a perfect wall. He's a master SimCity player, so I'm guessing we're going to see a third supply, Vulture, and a quick counter attack by Ample, pushing out those salads that are on their natural. He has to build a bunker as well. If not, the Dragoon follow-up will be too strong.
5 Marines is a pretty good amount of DPS, but 2 Zealots and a Dragoon will be hard to handle. It's going to send this Vulture around the Dragoon. Dewalt is going to just run on past. He's looking for some damage here. Jumps straight on forward onto the Marines here with the Zealots. Nice focus firing there from Ample. Kills the Dragoon. And this rush is over. Now the DPS from the Marine cannot be ignored. 5 of those Marines just right-clicked on that Dragoon. Take it down pretty darn quickly.
Great job by Ample. It was really good. Very well managed by him. And now I think he has the upper hand in this game. Let's see how Dewalt is going to follow up. If he's going to do a Reaver like the last game, or if he's planning to switch to a more traditional game style.
And we'll see what Ample does with this advantage here. So far.
Well, yeah, you're right. He lost almost for free 2 Salads and 1 Dragoon, so maybe he can punish Dewalt in some kind of way. We have to wait and see, but we're watching here that Dewalt is doing like a pretty standard safe build order from Protoss, the Robo plus the 2 gates. It's a very safe build, one of Quark's favorites around ladder. This really pretty much avoid any kind of pressure from Darren. So maybe he will live throughout this push.
He's gonna have an insane number of Dragoons coming out here. This push coming down. A very standard push on the Korean ladder these days. A lot of Marines, a couple of tanks. Sometimes you go with 2, sometimes you go with 3, and just rally up the vultures from there. He's already pushed his opponent back all the way into the natural with these mines. So this is gonna hit very fast, and Ample will have mine coverage if he needs to back up. But I think he's just gonna go for it. Not much space to micro and kind of kite these units of the Terran. So it's gonna be a rough hold here from Dewalt. He's doing a good job so far. Nice pullback. The mines start to get laid, but a good pick off on that mine. Few of these probes going down. The observer is finally out. One of the Dragoons does go down. Tries to dive forward there to pull a mine, but the mine was not laid down that close. Pick off that mine. He's got to focus these mines right now. Apple taking the opportunity to try and pick off as many Dragoons as he can. But great control here from Dewalt there. One of the Dragoons does go down. Another one falls. And a vulture slips in. Another vulture gonna slide in here as well. And in his haste to try and take down one of these Dragoon or one of these tanks, he ends up allowing some vultures in. This could be huge damage.
Insane micro by Ample. He just doesn't get nervous. He just uses every unit perfectly. He remains calm. He keeps on hitting. He changes the target fire between units. It's really impressive to watch him play.
Yeah, he knows exactly how to use the tank in conjunction with those mines. He knows that the Dragoons have to focus the mines as they pop in, and he uses the tank to deal as much damage as possible. Here comes some more mines. They're gonna get some big hits. No, nice pickoffs there.
Okay, so even though he didn't kill that much, I think that push delayed Dewalt's third Nexus a lot. You know, a normal Nexus timing will be 6:30, and we are almost at the 8-minute mark, and there's no third expansion. So Dewalt is ignoring that fact and going straight to Arbiter since his expansion was delayed by a lot.
Gonna throw down that Arbiter to try to grab the third base here, but we see Ample already ahead in supply. He's extended that lead that he gained in the early game, and he's just gonna keep rolling with it here. It's gonna be hard for Dewalt to make that back.
We watch a dropship. He's going to harass the wall with some vultures. Okay, go back, and pick up your vulture. Okay, one vulture dropped. And it was already being expected, so I don't think that he was going to make much damage with that single dropship. Maybe he will leave it there and will use it.
I think he's gonna lose this dropship. Dropship's gonna start to head back. And Dragoons are here to meet it. No, just barely not.
They miss it.
Well,
So
a little bit slow there.
Still building starport and everything. The wall's still on the lead supply-wise. So I'm wondering what's the follow-up from this game start. Usually there's a timing where you can push like a 6 factory +1 after you starport, but well, I'm thinking that he will play a long game because he built the science facility and he's ready to start the 2-1 upgrade. He just drove his third command center, so yeah. a very good transition by Ample. The Dewalt is going to pop up some arbiters in a short while, so a very defensive play style by our Russian friend. But I'm not seeing he got to start building gateways. I don't know what you think, Saiyan, because he's really falling macro-wise in this match.
We still see him behind in supply. Ample setting up a beautiful wall here in the center that's going to be very hard to crack. It's going to secure his base on the right-hand side there, and then potentially he can secure that base in the left there, just below the main 4-base Terran. You can play it out for a very long time. You can get maxed out, you can get 3-3. The 4-base is a very nice position. There's that next command center coming up. Looks like he wants to push down the right-hand side of the map and just snag that base as he goes towards the natural of Dewalt. And it's going to be up to Dewalt with the spells. Can he make up this differential here between the army supply with some great spells, or will Ample be able to just roll through with this army or get an EMP and just completely deny that?
Not a drop,
Alright.
but it's been
Drop does go down.
expected. It's been expected for the Dewalt. I don't think that dropship play will make the amount of damage that Apple is expecting. So maybe this game will have to go full macro mode and not try anything fancy.
Yeah, I think now Dewalt can take his Dragoons out of the main base finally. A lot of vultures gonna come through here, pick off a transferring probe or two, try to get up here into the 4th base. Dewalt needs to throw down some emergency buildings here, I think. Ooh, triple kill with the mine there. Kind of backfiring on that one. Kills off the 1 Dragoon, but a lot of vultures do go down. A frustrating loss there for Ample, but he's fine. He's got plenty of income. Of course, he does have a mineral-only base there on the right-hand side, so lots more vultures where that came from. Losing another observer here. Super annoying for Dewalt. Of course, he's not trying to build reavers or anything like that, so he can't just crank out some more observers. Oopsie, sending a Dragoon there.
Ample is like an anaconda slowly moving forward, choking the world's economy and pushing. I don't know. I would be very nervous to play against a player who is moving like this.
Yeah,
you cannot.
absolutely.
You feel like you cannot attack where you can harass him or where can you attack.
Perhaps going over to the left side and then straight into the natural. That might be an option here, but it seems like he wants to engage in the middle of the map. I think that's what Ample wants.
That's a bad idea.
Does he have a recall here? I see an Arbiter at the top left, 145 energy. We're gonna see a recall pretty shortly. We'll see how Ample reacts to that. I think he might go for the throat.
Turrets are building. Oh, look at the mines.
Oh, the timing on those turrets is ridiculous. Well, only a couple of mines here. They do deal some damage, but all of the Protoss units do survive. A lot of Zealots and Dragoons here. This is pretty big for Dewalt. Can he snowball this?
Yeah, he doesn't have tanks. He doesn't have any tanks, and there's a lot of Dragoons. This will make a lot of damage.
This is going to make a huge amount of damage. Does he have a stasis as well? Stasis? Yes, he does. Triple stasis. Beautiful. Going to come forward here and actually kill off this tank as well. And this can continue to snowball here in the main. Does he have more Arbiters on the map? He might want to go for a... as he kills off some of the turrets here. He can continue to recall into this base. No, he's going to go for a little attack over towards the 3rd and 4th base of Ample. And with this lack of reinforcement, all the reinforcements heading back into the main, can actually break through here. He might honestly be able to take out the 4th base and even start to pressure the 3rd. Those tanks go down. A great kill for Dewalt, and still not able to finish off the units in the main. Gets up here, run with the Dragoons. Gonna have to fight with SCVs. Eventually, it looks like he will clean this up, but more units coming up from Dewalt. He's gonna make this really scary for Ample. There's a few mines on top of this. No scan. Here comes the mine. Big hit there. Dealing a ton of damage to these tanks. The rest of the Dragons are gonna follow up. I think this is gonna be GG. Dewalt is just all over him. A beautiful recall into this counterattack. He's got another base up here in the center left. He's going to get on this high ground again and deal even more damage to that 4th. Almost no SCVs are remaining there. Ample finally does stabilize, but Dewalt looking very scary now with a huge amount of resources, extra bases, pumping out those archers. Looking great here for Dewalt. He's gonna try and jump on top of this beautiful stasis triple tank in there to jump on the rest of these tanks and finish them off. Every tank here is precious for Ample as he drops near 100 supply at this point. He's going to lose a few more tanks here. Zealots kind of coming in haphazardly, but they take some mines with them. Dragoon's gonna get up on high ground and start to kill off even more SCVs. Nothing that Ample can do about it. That was funny, that mine just did not go off. Gonna pick off some more of the SCVs here at the 4th. Ample struggling to get control of this low ground here. And it seems like finally he will start to stabilize.
40 supply difference is way too much, I think Dewalt has done it. That recall really saved, turned around the game. It was really huge.
Absolutely. Good. The timing on those turrets was ridiculous. 2 turrets making as the Arbiter flew in. Ample really, he's got to be so mad about that one, honestly.
Now he has to go full defense mode or he will die, but I think it's very hard. The wall just will out macro him, and unless he can survive until he hits 3-2. But I'm not seeing how he can do that. It's way too much. Almost 40 supply difference. When he was ahead, like 5 minutes ago, he was way ahead in supply count.
Here comes Dewalt once again. We're going to see some big stasis there on the Goliaths and tanks in the background. The Dragoons are starting to eat some big shots. The Vultures do clear up here. Another stasis is available. Not going to use it just yet. Instead, going to wait for some more reinforcements here. 170 supply.
Yeah.
Dewalt getting out of control. Could even add on an extra Stargate there for additional Arbiters.
Oh,
another stasis not separated. Ample is spreading out his tanks pretty well here. But there's just too much gateway, man. There's too much gateway units running forward. A little bit of mistakes coming from Dewalt. He's having a few Dragoons kind of sitting back, not attacking. He's gonna keep rallying up here.
Too much.
Too much. Zealots just gonna pour in.
He will just won't stop.
No, Ample is pushed all the way back right now. He's so far away from his 4th base. Dewalt gonna get up here once again. These mines really paying for themselves. Maybe he could try to drag one into the SCVs. Nope, does get picked off. And the 6th base is up for Dewalt. Yet to be saturated there. It's fine. How many gateways do we have? Just an insane number here.
it's an insane hole, to be honest. I think 99% of the players will just die to that, and Ample managed to fight with the skin of his teeth and managed to stabilize the game, because now it's only 20 supply difference, which is pretty okay. And what's the upgrade? 2-1. Okay, he hit 2-1. When he hits 3-2, I don't know, man. Maybe he can pull it off, but it will be very difficult to defend himself from recalls. This map you have many spots where you can recall, and last recall it almost cost him the game. So there we go.
I think it's very tough here. He's already mined out on the natural and the main. We'll see if this recall manages to get in. It's gonna go. Yeah, he's just gonna fly right in there. Nicely done. Only a single mine in that area. Does deal a good amount of damage, but there's a ton of zealots here with the dragoons. This is game-ending damage here. Not much that people can do about it. He's gonna pull all of his forces back, but as he does, the reinforcements of Dewalt will begin to hack away at that fourth base. Go ahead and pick off some of those tanks that are left in defense mode. Jump on top of those and begin cleaning up that fourth. This is all the mining that Ample has at this point. He has to defend this. Some Templar gonna come up. This should be the storms. There we go. Getting that critical splash damage. Banging down all of these tanks. He's gonna get up on this high ground as well. Actually, kind of held back here. Just barely holding on once again.
Okay, there's no doubt that Ample is a pro gamer, right? Everyone knows that already. I would have died like 4 times by now.
Yeah, absolutely. With just all the chaos that's going on with the recall and the counterattacks. He's so incredibly hard, but he does manage to hold on. His supply's still not looking good compared to where Dewalt's at. How are the upgrades here for Dewalt? Another recall, but ooh, that was a bunch of Templar that got recalled, and a lot of them died straight up to a mine there. So not a very good recall here from Dewalt, and this is one of those things that could start to throw the game away in the favor of your opponent if you're not careful. He's gonna lose some more units here over at the fourth base. Ample's yet to take a fifth. That'll be the next step for him to stay in this game. If he doesn't take a fifth soon, he's gonna start to mine out on that third. The third base very, very low here. Yeah, look at those mineral patches. He's gotta take another base here. With a few more holds like that last one in the main and the fourth base, he can possibly look to do that. But Dewalt about to max out 172 supply. He's coming in for a recall or a stasis. A lot of tanks clumped up there. He could get a huge one. Decides against it, just gonna back off for now.
The thing is, Ample needs another expansion in order to stay alive. Because as you said, those expos are going to try, and I don't know how he can keep up with the Wolf's macro, which is really, really hard to stop. I don't understand how he's still alive. I'm going to repeat that all the game long. But now, if he takes one more expansion, I think even Ample has a chance to do it. 50 supply difference.
I think even Dewalt is feeling a little bit like scared now with Ample surviving through all of this.
Well, he needs to make this push work.
Supply. He's going for it here. He's gonna run through a lot of these mines. Zealots get eaten up pretty rough. Kind of engaged there for Dewalt, but he's still at 170 supply. He's pushing through a lot of these tanks. The stasis are huge. So many tanks get knocked down. Gonna try and push up here onto the high ground. Nice storm there. Gonna eliminate a lot of these vultures. You can start to push up, eat these mines with the vultures, and try to get on the high ground. If he takes out this base again, this game is over. But he's denied. A lot of vultures up there and a lot of mines. Are you kidding me? How's he holding on here?
I don't know if I will cry or laugh or... How can you stop that so many times? Are you insane?
Really hard to imagine that the Terran player could hold on this long. But he is running out of time. The third base just about to mine out. Fourth base looking scant as well. Dewalt very healthily mining here. He's gonna pop back up towards 200 supply super quickly. I believe he's got double Stargate. Now, no, still not adding on that other Stargate.
Yeah, he needs to...
surprising.
He needs another CC that he's loading because his income is going to drop eventually.
I really feel like when you get to this number of bases as the Protoss player, you've got to throw down more Stargates and just pump out an insane number of these Arbiters. Arbiters get much just the more of them that you have. If you've got 2 Arbiters, it's okay, but 6 Arbiters is insane. Just the amount of spells that you can throw at your opponent, they really add up. They kind of multiply rather than just summing up. Looks like we're gonna jump on. Oh, this base is gonna be denied very quickly by Dewalt. He jumps on that.
Oh, perfect stasis.
Yeah, great stasis there. Does he have another one to throw on those bank tanks? No, but he's got a storm. Dealing a lot of damage there to those tanks in the rear. Not picking them off, but he denies this base for now, and the sand is just about out of the hourglass here for Ample. Almost no mining left to speak of. He has to make this work right now.
What are the upgrades for Terran? 33, okay, so that's why he's still on the game. But he cannot replace the units. He has no economy. He made a great effort, but it's too much. Too much. Great job by Dewalt. He played a solid game as well. Ample showed godly defensive skills, but I think it's too much now. He can throw
breaking in here. Fourth base gonna be forfeit. Last few tanks going to wander into their death. Dewalt sitting here, 181 supply to 72. It's gonna be his game. Gonna be all tied up here. GG is called. Dewalt ties it up 1-1.
Great showcase of StarCraft. Really impressive games, both of them.
And we don't really see that style as much anymore from the Protoss. The 2-base Arbiter has been kind of phased out of the meta, but Dewalt showing why it was popular back in the day. And just takes that to a really clean win there after the initial recall. He was never really threatened by Ample. Ample was on the complete defensive for the rest of that game. He took many bases around the map and just macroed it out nicely. So, despite it being a very long game, I think that from the moment that that combo recall plus counterattack happened, you know, Dewalt was securely in the lead. So, still, Ample making it quite a game. Holding on for a long time. You got to start to sweat as the Protoss player when the Terran holds on that long, you know? Like, man, this guy just will not die. It's crazy.
Wow, yeah, you got I know he got nervous, but I think if somehow Ample managed to have one more CC mining, I think he would have won that game. But it was nearly impossible to hold multiple locations with that macro that Dewalt has. So impressive game from both players. It was a really fun game to watch.
Alright guys, one of the players just run to the bathroom. While I was watching that, my thoughts were I'd never quite seen a Terran play like that. It was very interesting. Like, Ample was just taking expansion after expansion. He was aggressive, he was defensive. It was quite remarkable to see that.
I thought it was very Light-esque. Light is really known for the Korean pro gamer Light. He's really, really good at taking 4 bases extremely quickly, maxing out, getting all of his upgrades. And I think that we would have seen Ample just Dewalt there if it hadn't been for that really, really clean recall into the main base. But yeah, that's a very scary style to try to hold or try to fight against there as the Protoss, just reaching out, taking 4 bases super quick, macroing extremely fast, and pushing out with a massive army. All right, we're getting into the next game now. Pato, you want to introduce?
Of course, my friend. On the lower left side of the map, we have our Siberian Hope, our player from Dewalt, and on the top right of the map, we have our Korean menace. It's Ample. So cross positions on Shakura's temple. I know this is a Terran map for most experienced players, but cross position, I think it is better for Protoss in general to avoid any kind of timing or aggression. So maybe he can play more, I don't know, comfort. He can play more comfort way. I don't know what.
Think attack. Yeah. There's so many low to high ground areas along the map. If you're coming from cross positions, Dragoons on the high ground outside of the natural of Terran, that's going to be really hard for Ample to put on the same type of pressure as he did in the last game with the Marine and tank build.
Yeah.
It's just going to be rough. So I doubt we'll see that, especially if Dewalt is outside of the main with those Dragoons just sort of waiting for that play.
We have a 12 Nexus against a 15 Command Center.
All right.
So it's a slightly below advantage for Dewalt, but it would be.
Is that Command Center?
It does. No, it's a barracks.
Barracks.
Yeah, it's 15 Command Center.
Oh, okay.
So a slightly below advantage by Dewalt. But to be honest, Ample, if Ample had opened like factory fast expansion in cross position against 12 Nexus, it would be like a lot more advantage for Dewalt. So I think it's an okay build order. This map tends you to build 12 Nexus or to be more greedy because you cannot build in the middle of the map. So you can play this kind of build orders without getting the risk of getting all in.
All right, nice SimCity once again from Ample as well. Definitely, if you're gonna go for a build like this, copy that building placement. Beautiful. It's gonna force the Zealots to walk all the way around the command center to the top. before they can even get close to the Marines there that are hiding behind that. Very, very nice placement. We're not going to see any pressure from Zealots here from Dewalt. Instead, he's going to get into his macro and get that Dragoon out as quickly as possible. The Nexus already up here. We'll see what his follow-up is from this position. Oh, a Zealot does pop out. Okay. So one Zealot is going to be out here. Probe going to run by and does spot the command center. So that's some information from this first probe. It will die, but its job is complete. Did not die in vain.
From the last series where Dewalt play against Scan, a 15 command center against a 12 Nexus, Dewalt play range goons and fast second gas, and he went for a river drop into fast arbiter. So
well, your memory is unmatched, Pato. I have no, I cannot remember any of the builds from that series.
yeah, I'm like that. So, but we're going to see what Ample is going to do. If the Wolf is going to repeat the same build order from that match, it will be interesting. I recall that Scan played a really defensive build order where he played like siege tank and preemptively built turrets, expecting the wall to river drop. So maybe they will repeat the same story this game.
We're gonna go for Academy. Wants to get his scanners out here quickly, make sure that he's not getting DT attacked here. And where's the robotics facility? We haven't seen it from Dewalt just yet. Might be going for just observer into. Where is it?
There's the robotics, right? Yeah.
There it is.
I'm tired of being right, dogs. I know he would like it, but I'm right. So, Ample doesn't build the, or I haven't seen an eBay, right? Or did he build an eBay? Yeah, there's an eBay. Okay, so he's doing a standard safe build order. This will hold any kind of aggression, but I'm not sure what would be his follow-up with this. He's playing ultra safe, and it caught my attention that there's no armory, right? So, or there's a very late armory. So I'm really curious about what will Ample do with this. He's confirmed that there's no double Nexus, so maybe once again, the Wolf will make a 2-base arbiter into a third. Okay, 6-minute armory is not bad. And he scouted scanned the shuttle, which probably knows it's going to be a river drop. So, really interesting game between two really exceptional mechanical players.
He managed to pick off the probe for the expand as well. He's got a mine there also, so Dewalt not going to be able to throw down his Nexus just yet. We'll have to get an observer in position. Here comes the Reaver. We'll see what kind of damage it can get done. The turrets are not finished, and he can actually pick those off now if he so chooses. Instead, going to run in towards the SCVs here.
Two SCVs drop.
Kills.
No!
Oh. 3 Marines do die, so no anti-air is left over besides the turrets. He can actually just float here if he wants to.
Oh, he cannot land that river. He cannot land that river, he must be mad.
He can go to the back of the main and try to land it on top of this tank, maybe? Land a Zealot on the SCVs? No, he's flying around. Finds a little spot here where he can't be hit. Ooh, a nice shot there. But there is a turret to the south of this position, I believe, so he can't exactly escape.
He's not gonna escape,
so
yeah.
a one-way journey. drop the Reaver beside the tank, right side of the tank. I don't think it can be hit by anything. Yes,
Yes.
safe position here. Oh, shot. Once again, getting a couple more of those kills. He's gonna be picked off finally by the Goliath. Gotta drop that tank. Okay, the Reaver does go down. The fourth base, or the third base is up here for Dewalt. And what does he have for the Tex? Is he planning to go for a 2-base Arbiter once again? I don't see a...
No, he switched. He's delaying. He's building more Reavers, so maybe I'm thinking that he will try Carriers, but I don't think this is a good match for Carrier.
Is that a second robotics facility there? Can we get a click on that?
What?
Is that a second robo? Yes, it is.
Oh,
we're going
yeah.
for Speedway. The Speed Gates shuttle style. Hell yeah. Okay.
Speed Gates. I like the name. I like the name. I never heard it before.
Speedgate it is. He's going for Speed Gates. And the shuttles are coming across the map. Once you hit about 3 shuttles, that's when this style becomes very, very scary. Gonna have a ton of zealots in there. You can have 16 zealots in 3 shuttles. That is an insane amount. Drop those all over the tanks, start to deal a ton of damage. Oh no, not 16, excuse me, 12. 12. Trying to do math on stream is not easy, guys. They're gonna fly right into the main here. Should be 2 Reavers and a bunch of... Oh my god.
The Reaver? The Reaver?
The Reaver does make it in. Nice. Gets a big shot there. Wow, tons of SCVs go down, actually. The Vulture's speed is not done yet. This Reaver got to come over here. We try to kill off some more SCVs, potentially. Gonna fly over here towards the natural, look for another kill. Oh,
whoa.
Nice. Huge scarab there. Great job by Dewalt with those 2 shuttles. He loses them both and all the Reavers, though.
Was it worth it? Investment?
I think when you're going against a Terran player who's sitting here on 3 bases looking for that max, going for maybe even a 4th, just slowing down the economy, gonna be pretty worth it here. He killed off a lot of SCVs, and there's been no return damage on his probes thus far. He's already taking his 4th, and yeah, I think overall it's a good trade for Dewalt there. Ample, of course. Getting those couple of turrets really saved him a lot of hassle. He killed off one of the speed shuttles right away. And the storms are out now. So this style just gets more and more powerful until it just doesn't anymore. That's the problem with the speed gate style. Big drop coming through here. Ooh, that really didn't work out very well for Dewalt. He's gonna lose all of his shuttles. Yikes.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the transition, because you can make damage, but you know that the Protoss user that in late game you need either Arbiter or Carrier, or build some Templar with Storm to deal with the Terran army. If you just keep throwing shuttles and losing them, I'm not sure how you're gonna handle a max upgraded Terran army.
He can't really. It's not really the style of the Speedway or the Speed Gate style. You're trying to deal damage.
No storm.
You're trying to deal damage, slow down the Terran as much as possible, and then as the Terran moves out to take the 3rd or the 4th base, you want to dive in with the speed shuttles and your Dragoons and try to kill as many tanks as possible to slow down that count. But unfortunately, Dewalt is going to lose quite a few of these Dragoons. He's already lost a ton of the speed shuttles. And Ample's looking primed to push out here. I think he's going to grab this 4th base as he pushes forward. 4th base up towards the 12th o'clock. Gonna be the prime target. A dropship coming through here. I think there's enough to defend. Ooh, there's a little spot of no defense here.
Yeah, but a
He
lot
can
of
actually
shuttles.
exploit. Oh,
Now,
okay.
Storm?
Storm.
No, no,
At
please
least
don't
don't
storm.
don't
Don't
lose
kill your
that
foes.
Templar. Okay, so we've got triple shuttle here. This is the point where Dewalt has to break Ample. He's got to come forward here with these shuttles and actually get on top of everything. He's doing a good job landing the Zealots on top of these tanks. Where are the storms? No, the Templars just walked forward without casting their storm. A
Yeah,
huge
GG.
mistake there for DeWalt. I think he was dealing with this in the of the main. Yeah, GG is probably going to be called here. He really needed to be prepared for this attack, run it over with the speed shuttles, and reduce the tank count. Now he's killed off a lot of the tanks, but it's not enough. Ample gonna take another victory. Yeah, I feel like this style, you can't waste too many speed shuttles into the Terran player like that. You've got to head towards the max out point as quickly as possible, and then when that push comes out, or they try to go for a fourth base, they come in with the shuttles and annihilate that first army, and then you can kind of run away with the game or transition into a arbiter play. But if the Terran is very careful, they don't lose all of their tanks in any sort of a push, or they don't take serious damage, then they can just run over you just like that. You don't really have the power of carrier or arbiter with you. That was a good attempt from Dewalt, but a little missed execution there on some of those drops, and of course in that final battle. All right, getting to the next game here. On to Polypoid. See if Dewalt can clean up that play, or if he wants to switch back into the Arbiter style.
Well, that recall really brought the game to him. So maybe if I have to choose, I would definitely go Arbiter again. Result-wise, it worked for him, so why not try it again? So on the top left of the map, we have our pink Protoss. It is none other than Dewalt. And on the bottom right part of the map, we have our gray Terran. It is Ample. Okay, Polypoid cross positions again. So if somehow Dewalt decides to go 12 Nexus, he will be in a good advantage against Ample. I'm not familiar on how Ample plays, or if he's more of a 15 command center guy, but I don't know. Dewalt likes to pull 12 Nexus pretty much, so maybe not. No. Okay. So even
I'm gonna risk it.
Yeah.
Twice in a row. But scary.
So it seems that 15 command center from Ample. It seems like Ample really does like to do 15 command center. So maybe this build order will favor our Korean Terran, since they are cross positions and Dewalt will be able to apply much pressure from that position. So Ample begins with a 12 scout in a close position, but I think he will have the last scout. But he will be happy to know that Dewalt hasn't done a 12 Nexus opener, so he will be unharmed in the early stage of the game. So I think you can block with that barrack, so he doesn't even need to build a second softly. He can be like really greedy and build a gap if he wants to, if he chooses so. But I don't know if he's going to make that decision. No, he builds a second softly, it's okay, and then a gap. Dewalt goes for a dragoon range. So maybe he will do the standard 23 Nexus opener and it will be fine. It's a very safe and good opener. Third pylon, okay, the first pylon show us that Dewalt is planning to do at least 25 or 27 Nexus, which is a later Nexus, but he can build 3 or 4 Dragoons to apply more pressure. So I'm not sure that this is the best option due to the location of each player, because even though the Dewalt will have more Dragoons to damage that bunker, they are in cross position, so...
and I don't think that Dewalt is actually scouted yet, has he? He's just going to scout now with the Dragoon, or did he have a probe?
I think he scouted, but I think it's too late. You can see now he hasn't scouted. So you see 29 Nexus. It's very late. It's the latest expansion that you can have. So the bright side on this build is that you can apply pressure and it's safer from aggressive attack, but such aggressive attacks such as FD Terran, when they push with 6 Marines, 1 tank, Voltran Marines, but it's really bad economically wise. So definitely Ample has the upper hand in this game.
We're gonna see 3 Dragoons banging on this bunker here for quite a while. What do you think that Dewalt will follow this up with? Is he just gonna grab another Nexus off of just 3 goons?
He should, because he's very delayed from here, and from this position it is doable to stop the 630 push 3 tanks, because you need like 7 Dragoons and you already popped out 4. So usually what Protoss player does with this opener is when they have 4 Dragoons, they can with 2 volleys they can one sniper tank. So usually when they see a tank going out, they just try to snipe it they dive in and they try to snipe it. So this is a speed like this. 1 and 2.
Ooh,
okay.
Beautiful. Nicely done.
So this is a very, very typical thing that Protoss do, and I'm glad that they will show it like that. He built a second Nexus, which is a very classical follow-up to this, because he sniped the tank, so the push will be delayed, and he can add 3 gates. He can have 4 in total, and stop any kind of counter attack from Ample.
Absolutely.
So now really the Dewalt play this game playing it really good. I think Ample cannot counter attack. He will have 4 gates, as I said. Okay, he's following the Pato manual. So yeah, he cannot counter attack. He will die if he does so. So he has to play defensive, play for armor rebuild, and try to play for the mid-late game. He has no other option. He cannot kill Dewalt. So he had to scan the walls. He will find that there is not much gateways, or no heavy gateway, only 4. So now he knows that there's a third, and he can build a third CC with 3 factories or 4 if he wants to. But now I think the Dewalt is pretty safe from any kind of...
All of that from losing a single tank. Well, Seeing Ample losing that tank really is kind of therapeutic for me. At least even Ample can end up losing a tank like that.
Well,
Definitely
you
something
should
that
not.
happens a lot.
You should not try to micro one tank against 4 goons, because that will happen. Even though there are 4
Absolutely.
marines on the bunker, when you see that there are 4 dragoons, you just have to suck it, to repair the bunker, and to wait till siege mode is done. Because if not, you will lose a tank, and you cannot afford to do that. So experience will teach you that when you play enough PvPs. So this game will go long. I'm not expecting a short game now. But well, it depends how the world is going to evolve from this. The common path, it will be to go to arbiters. Apple tries to play a little bit greedy because he knows he's behind. So when you are behind, you have to cut corners. And since he's not expecting the wall to hit very fast, he's I don't want to say gambling, but he's expecting the wall to play a little more passive.
So he's gonna try and build a base on location at the 6 o'clock. If this was scouted by Dewalt, he would bring everything down here and just try to break him, am I right? But hopefully he's not gonna scout.
Yeah, but now he established, he managed to build 3 supplies on the 6 o'clock position. He can defend that base fairly easy. And also take notice that that base has the gas and has more mineral patches than the expansion on the upper ground, which has only 6. So it's always worth to take the gas expansion, but it's difficult to walk through there and use that base. Once you build a sublist, I don't think the wall will be able to do anything. I think now Ample is safe, and if the wall tries to break in, he will trade really bad.
Dewalt gonna come in with a shuttle here, dropping his zealots on top. A lot of dragoons running forward, taking advantage. But look at these dragoons kind of wandering forward, not really attacking here. A little bit of miss micro from Dewalt, but he does eat up a lot of the tanks and will jump onto high ground. He's gonna kill off this tank and fight with the SCVs here. Might actually be able to cancel his base or force a lift off. Few tanks gonna unsiege and head towards this high ground. I think he's gonna clean this, but a lot of SCVs will go down.
A lot of damage. This is terrible for Ample. The bad thing is that he didn't have any vultures to support the tank, so that's why he received so much damage. I think he overmade tanks and didn't leave any vultures defending, so he took a lot of damage with that shuttle. That was a big whiff from Ample. So the wall continues to build a bigger advantage in this game, and if Ample doesn't make like a surreal move, I'm thinking that he will get snatch another victory from Ample. We have to wait and see.
Fourth base on the way, a fifth base, excuse me, for Dewalt. So taking his advantage and running with it here in this series, in this game. He's gonna grab that base though. There are a few vultures out now. Dropping some mines. I think it will be an easy thing for Dewalt to come through and just clean this up. Just gotta get himself together. The observers in the right position, and arbiters are out. Already an arbiter heading across the map. I don't think Ample can really afford science vessels at this time. Also building up all of the necessary turrets in the main natural. These bases are very, very spread out. Ooh, a lot of damage onto the arbiter. but it's gonna be fine. Just
Yeah,
regen those shields.
he has a solid defense. I don't think that now is the time for the wall to break in. I think I will try to recall. Or if he wants to try to break in, I wouldn't let him take that fort. But now Ample has to set up some mines to avoid getting the same mistake that took the tilted game from him. He needs to just build turrets, set up a lot of mines on his main, and just play defensive mode. He has to play with with his back foot on the floor, because if not, he will definitely have a very hard time against the wall.
So Dewalt going to push forward here towards the fourth base. This fourth base pretty quick from Ample. Now he's setting up all of his tanks, trying to spread them out. We'll see how the stasis is going to go here. Beautiful stasis led by Dewalt, but his army is not together. Finally, the Zealots are going to come forward, but this is so many Vultures and firing up on the high ground. A lot of mischance here from these Dragoons. Excellent targeting by the tanks on the Dragoons as well, and a great trade there from Ample, that fourth base.
1-1 upgrades against 1-0 attack for Terran. Upgrade timing, Ample isn't great. You know, you can have 2-1 by 12 minute mark. So he's a little bit late, upgrade wise. So the wall is still in the game. He just has to keep on expanding. He has the upper hand, but he cannot leave Ample be, because if he do so, Ample will just you will awaken a monster. So he has to keep on being aggressive. Don't let him take more expansion, because you cannot never let the pro gamer of his level grow. Yeah, I think he will recall, or he will try to trade the Zealots at least. I'm expecting a recall, to be honest, but I think Ample has enough turrets to hold it.
I think there's actually a hole in the turrets here. If he goes right next to where the third base location... Oh, actually, he's kind of filled that in now. There's quite a few turrets there. Yeah, that's going to be hard to get a... hard to get an Arbiter through. Maybe he just brings the shuttle with that to eat some damage, or an Observer. He might be able to make it through, but... Oh my gosh, another base from Ample. He is just relentless with taking these bases.
Okay, go.
Here it comes. Wow, a lot of lines are there. But a ton of the Zealots do survive. He can actually focus down a lot of this stuff here. Clear the way for another recall to come in the future. All of the turrets have been picked off. He spots that command center coming down with the Arbiter flying in. I don't think this Arbiter will make it.
No,
but he can still recall top here. Yeah, he's just going to recall on the turrets there. Run forward, drag some mines on these tanks. Going to pick off a lot of these turrets as well. You can see he's focusing them down, trying to kill off as many turrets as possible to make way for another Arbiter in the future. Going to kill off a few more of these turrets. He's going to also kill this command center. So Ample is denied, but at the same time, Ample heading out on the map. He's got his army on the move. He's near the supply of the Protoss at this point. After trading all of those units in the recalls, this is the opportunity here that Ample was waiting for, to come out on the map and try to start shutting down some of these bases. Looks like Dewalt coming into the third base. Not much in way of defense here. The Dragoons just going to push their way forward. Reinforcements will be able to hold, though, and this base under threat. Big stasis should be coming down here. This is the giant engage. Stasis. I think he got EMP'd there. Does he have any energy? No, that Templar is out. That Arbiter has no energy or shields. He was EMP'd. Would have been a huge game-changing EMP there if he'd managed to get it off. Does he have another EMP on that Arbiter? Gonna push forward here. Gonna pick off a lot of these tanks. Here comes the EMP. Yes, and beautiful EMP there. 4 tanks get grabbed. And this is enough Dragoons and Zealots actually to clean up this army. He will have reinforcements coming up. He has to deal with the mines. 2 big mine hits. Going for the science vessels. Picks off quite a few of those. But I think Dewalt's gonna hold overall.
Great game sense by Dewalt, Ampo, attacking when he found the space. But it was unfortunate that those many tanks were left alone. Maybe with a couple of vultures, the result would be different. But now I think the Dewalt will be able to hold it.
Really close. Ample's just rallying everything. It's like all of his factories have their rally points right here in front of Dewalt's natural. Just fighting the best that he can. Dewalt is floating a lot of minerals right now, trying to macro up while dealing with a ton of action in multiple different locations. Tanks are set up in front of the natural. He's got an arbiter here. He can get another stasis off pretty soon. He killed off both of the science vessels, so there's no EMPs to be had. There's a good stasis. There's no detection here either for Ample, but he's pushing up towards the natural. Now this is not as big of a deal as you might think. Getting on top of the natural here, it's going to be hard to get into the main, and Dewalt already has bottom left. He's added on some gateways down there as well.
Is he going to make it?
Even if Dewalt doesn't clean this, I think he'll still be okay. He's got enough bases up. He's also taken the top right. He's transferring probes to that location as well. He might lose his natural here. Oh my god, is there any cannons? Please tell me there's cannons. There's no cannons. He needs cannons there.
So
He's gonna lose a ton of probes. He's trying to fight in a bunch of different locations at once. He's gonna lose a lot of probes over there. There's almost nothing here for Dewalt right now. Okay, he does clean up that one vulture, but he's got to add on cannons there to drop some of these Templar out. Gets a single storm, but I don't think it's going to be enough to actually break. I think this attempt was a little bit too early. To re-rally your gateways there into the main and just hold the top of the ramp and focus on dealing with the Terran army in other locations. Focus on counterattacking. Looks like he is going to try to continue to break, but just trickling in units. This is not a good plan. So you actually want to finish off this army at some point.
The Wolves arbiters are out of energy, right? So he cannot throw a Holy Mary recall.
No, he's almost enough for stasis now. They have.
There's an arbiter.
Stasis.
There's an arbiter.
There's an arbiter. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Well, 10 seconds away from a recall.
There's a Hail Mary recall.
Alright, he's coming in for it now. There we go. Hail Mary recall initiated. Jumps on that third base. And might be able to just focus down this command center. Pretty low already. Looks like the command center will lift off. Gonna go after some of the SCVs. There's a force up towards the top right. Did he actually add on the cannons there? Yeah, he added them, but not fully surrounding the Nexus. So finds a little spot where he can deal some damage. Ample
is in mining.
He's mining at the base here. Yeah, he's still got that mineral only, but yeah, not much mining here. Dewalt very low on the supply count at the moment. It's just filing down this ramp. Not the best way to go about this. He needs to do one big breakout from that main. You know, Ample's not going to try to push up into the main just yet. But he can if Dewalt doesn't keep a force of Dragoons and Zealots up there.
He has 2 more recalls.
Stop that.
He will destroy that expo. He has 2 more arbiters with recall. He can maybe. I'm not sure if that will survive, and Ample needs 1 more base. 1 more recall and 6 o'clock will be dead.
Alright, he's coming in for the recall now, just as the SCVs are arriving as well. This base in the top right probably just gonna die here, but recall comes down. Nice recall right in the middle of these SCVs and tanks. Pick off a lot of the remaining economy from Ample. Ample has no additional bases. He's only mining off of that single mineral-only base, whereas Dewalt's mining pretty happily here. Ample can't really push into the main at the moment. He's thinking about it, but that is a dangerous proposition. A command center floating its way out to the center right, but I think Dewalt has a unit in position to spot that, am I right? Yeah, he does. He places a pylon. Blocked, denied. Nicely done from Dewalt. Another recall heading around the map. So many arbiters out.
So many units, so many nexuses. He has 3 mining bases.
You could even come up here and recall on this army and save this nexus if you wanted to. Just for now, dealing a little damage with that arbiter.
Well, so Dewalt made it.
I think Dewalt survived long enough. It was a bit scary when he was losing his natural.
Yeah, but the economy make him make a comeback. Oh.
Recall to the top right. Gonna take that Nexus once again, but he needs to shut down this location here in the center right. If Ample gets that up, he could remain in this game for a long period of time.
Yeah, but 9 o'clock is almost mined out.
Dewalt's gonna come up here. He's got a few more units to try and actually deny this base. I don't think this is quite enough, but with another recall, he should be able to knock this base out. Mines being thrown down, turrets, desperation for Ample. Gonna lose this command center, and this command center in the 3 o'clock is the last hope of Ample. There's nothing beyond this. He's already getting broken here slightly with the Dragoons. Yeah, just gonna dive forward. He really needs to bring back the tanks from the natural of Dewalt. I mean, they're not really doing anything over there. They're like paperweights just sitting there. Bring it back and actually try to hold this base. It's his last hope at the moment. But Ample's still trying to push forward towards the main. Kind of surprising here. He's not taking the hint. This is not going to work out well for him. Here comes Storms as well. Throw Storms on the low ground. Beautiful targeting by Ample. Kills off all of the Templar, but Zealots, gonna get on top of all this. And now Dewalt will break out. Can't help but think that those tanks would have been better used at home for the defense. It seems like Dewalt's gonna break through into this space here on the center right, and that should be it. It's like Dewalt gonna take another game here. Very, very exciting, close series. These guys going back and forth.
GG.
One game after another. GG. Dewalt is your victor.
What's the score? 2-2?
Yeah, 2-2.
Wow, guys. I can't believe all those Zealots didn't kill a single tank. Like, I saw all his Zealots, and he immediately went out for the tanks at his main or natural. And I was like, okay, those tanks are dead. Even though they killed some Templars. None of those tanks died. They just destroyed the Zealots. I couldn't believe that.
Oof, recall saves the day once again for Dewalt. Powerful spell. pretty good. Recall pretty good, guys. Well, thoughts going into this next game? We're totally tied up. I'd like to see more recalls from, at least Arbiter play from Dewalt. I mean, those are the only games he's managed to take so far, is the games he went Arbiter. The Speedgate style didn't really work out. The Carrier game, again, not really going well for him, so Arbiter seems to be the trick. It's doing the trick here for Dewalt against Ample. We're going to jump into the next game, guys. We're going on in Ascension. All right, on Ascension, up here at the lock position, we have Ample, the blue Terran, and down here in the bottom right, Dewalt, red Protoss player, coming off of a win here. All tied up in the series, though. I wonder if my prediction will end up being correct. Man, I was wasn't too sure, but we might end up seeing a 4-3 here. It's possible. I'd love to see it go right to that 7th game. Of course, we're going to see 7 games no matter what, but it's more exciting if it's 3-3 at the end.
So we learned 2 things: that the world really knows how to play Arbiter, and on the other hand, that Ample knows how to handle sellout aggression. So I'm not sure if the world is going to do a 1-gate sellout opener anymore in this series, or I wouldn't if I was him. So maybe I would rather try a 12 Nexus or standard build. 12 Nexus it is. Okay, 12 Nexus.
A very quick Nexus here for Dewalt on this 3-player map. It's a neutral ground natural expansion with a high ground third, and then an even higher ground outside of the third base. That is a very, very important location to control, whether you're Protoss or Terran in this matchup. Getting high ground control over that third base is massive.
Okay.
That's why they call it Ascension.
But
heading out from below ground.
I think the world has very bad luck, because Apple managed to get a first scout, I guess, at 12 Nexus. So if he tries to get greedy and build a gas, I think he will die 100%. Yep. You have to build a second gateway, the Dewalt, or Ample will punish you.
Uh-oh.
You cannot go greedy against someone who just scouted you. As Flash said, and I quote, "You cannot let a Protoss user get away with the 12 Nexus without us." Even he proxies the factory.
Oof. And Dewalt spots it. He's
Yeah,
getting a
natural.
second gateway.
I think he's flexing. Yeah, that second gateway is necessary. He will not stop a pressure build if he does not build some salads.
So he's gonna have to cut probes here. We might even see a shield battery, the rare shield battery tech could be coming out this game. So far, just single Zealot push back these Marines, but a lot of SCVs are coming. It's going to be a rough hold here for Dewalt. He's adding on a pylon at the front.
Yeah, I think
eat up a little damage.
I think he tried to modify the build order. He built the gas, but he built the second gateway too slow. So the second salad was way too much delayed. So now, again, he can be punished.
3 Zealots here. He's jumping on top of these Marines. Nicely microed there, but a great counter from... Well, he really blocks.
Yeah,
And
the
the
bunker.
bunker does come down, but can he get any Marines inside of it? Fighting really well here. Dewalt pushing everything back, but the Zealots die off.
Yeah.
And now there's no Zealots left. Oh, the focus with the probes. He's doing a pretty good job. We gotta pick off that last Marine, though. One Marine. Can he actually get it before he gets in the bunker? He's going for it. He gets surrounded, though.
Yeah.
Oh, that's complete surround there on that Dragoon. The Dragoon, another Marine will be coming. Another Dragoon does pop out here. All of the SCVs, except for 2, have died. One Dragoon is out, though. Can start to push back these vultures, but he really needs to stop the Marine. He is coming forward to actually kill this Marine. So nice forethought here from Dewalt, but ooh, the Marine walks right past. Oh, it gets blocked. Oh, one more shot. There we go. He does manage to pick that off. A nice hold here from Dewalt. In the end, not allowing anything to get inside that bunker is a giant deal, and more Dragoons pop out. Kill that Marine. Okay, he's gonna kill it off. And nothing will get in the bunker. He'll be able to kill that for free. There's no command center here for Ample. He just has to block these vultures from getting in. Block it. Block it. Oh, he's not blocking. He's gonna lose a couple more probes here, I think. At least one more. No. Nicely done. All right, and Dewalt will stabilize. So that was about as hectic of a hold as you can possibly imagine in the early game. As the dust settles here, I think Dewalt is going to be in a lead.
I think he lost too many probes as well, so I think they are pretty much even, I want to say. But no, you're right. No, you're right. You're right. The Wolf is on the lead because Apple doesn't have an SCC. So
he doesn't have the CC, and
yeah,
I
you're
think
right.
he lost a lot of SCVs. He pulled like 8 SCVs there, right? He lost them all.
He has to pull 7. I didn't see an 8 SCV, but yeah, you're right. I'm thinking about it. I think you're right. I think the Wolf has the upper hand on this game as well. But let's see how Ample reacts and how he follows this game. It is uncomfortable when you lose probes in the early stages of Protoss. You feel like really bad. So I
That's
don't know
true,
how.
Having that extra Nexus feels pretty good. Pumping out double probes. Your opponent is sitting there pumping out a single SCV at a time. Feels pretty good, man. It's going to add on this wall here at the front and look to take a third base. Do we have a observatory out? I
think it's going to be River again. Yep.
All right, Reaver.
Yep.
Temple coming across the map now. 2 tanks, 3 Marines. I think this is ill-advised. There's quite a few Dragoons out at the moment, and only a single Vulture, which has laid most of its mine. Okay, 2 Vultures. Okay, two Vultures. They're gonna come towards this small area here. Okay, heading up onto the high ground outside the 3rd. I don't think that Dewalt will allow that to be taken easily. He's gonna push all of this back. Where is the observer?
Yeah, maybe he wanted to check if he throw the fast 3rd, but now that he realizes that there's no 3rd, I think he has to pull back immediately because he will lose those units.
Cannot lose these tanks right now. That would be critical damage here for
Ample. He will lose them. I think he will lose
pushing
them.
Forward. Here comes the shuttle from the south. Dragoons are fighting here, but there's the couple Zealots, and where's the Reaver? There it is. A couple of Dragoons have gone down. Nice shot on the Marines. Run by with those Vultures. Maybe make it into the natural. Oh no, running right into the main. Ooh, a big hit from that Reaver. Couple of mines getting placed down. Some annoying positions here for Ample. Gonna go ahead and try to kill with the probes. He does manage to get it. Only a few probes end up going down. And Dewalt will hold. gets his third base. It wasn't that greedy of a third, as you said. He's gonna fly in now, right over top of this turret. Turret does a ton of damage. What? Oh, he loses it. But fighting with the SUV is not a good idea against a Reaver. Gonna lose this Reaver.
Yeah.
How many kills does this thing have? I feel like it had a lot. Push everything back now. I think that was a bit ambitious there from Dewalt to go in with the Reaver. Didn't really work out. He got a few SCV kills, but would have liked to see him keep that Reaver alive there and, you know, try to push things back. Slow down
he
this
wasn't
push.
controlling. He wasn't controlling that shuttle, obviously. So it really didn't make enough damage. So it was really a bad trade. But even though I still think that the Dewalt has more chances to take over this game.
Absolutely.
Ample is doing his best to try to stay active, aggressive, and we have to face it. He managed their units. He knows how to battle Dragoons with a tank poacher. He knows how to push. He has excellent micro. But even though he has a great control, I'm not seeing how he can really push through this amount of Dragoons.
A shuttle with this army would absolutely crush. He doesn't have one just yet, but only a few moments more, and he will have one out. There it is.
Yeah, there it is.
With the Zealots, he's going to dive forward here and start to pick off these tanks. See in a moment here. The Dragon's going to come forward, pick off the mines. Here comes the Zealot. Zealot bomb. Oh, a Reaver pops out. Big shot there. A lot of the soldiers go down. The Reaver does fall. No Zealots, you're right. We're gonna pick up some of his Dragoons and actually drop them on these tanks. And he might clear this, but it's gonna be close.
What?
He does manage to clear. Oh, God, it's so close.
Why are you so good, Ample? Why? Why? I cannot understand. I cannot understand how he can pull that off. Since honestly, I don't understand. It's really good.
Impressive, very impressive. Without those Zealots in the shuttle, it makes that Reaver shuttle play much less strong. I think dropping a few Zealots on top of those tanks would have been
decisive. Yeah, you're right.
Decisive.
If there were Zealots there, that push would be. We got the World would have smashed that push that really easily. But well, it was really impressive from Ample.
So as it stands, Ample trying to take a very aggressive third base. I don't think he's actually capable of holding this at the moment. As long as Dewalt finds out about this pretty quickly and mobilizes to try and stop this third base, I don't think that Ample can hold it. Though Dewalt seems more interested in trying to take his fourth at the moment. He lost that probe over there, so yeah.
He's not attacking, right? He's not building any Templars or Stargate. He's just there. Very late now. So he's going a heavy gateway style. Gateway man style.
Yeah.
Which is very bad against upgrades.
Going for the speed gate style. Getting some upgrades of his own as well. And actually, I kind of like the speed gate style on this map for breaking that third. If you can get up on the high ground with all of your stuff above the third and then just fly down off the high ground and bomb all of these tanks, you can get a pretty good trade there. There's also that small location at the natural that comes from the main area of the map. You can run Zealots through that location and try to flank the tanks, as it were. Maybe gonna lose this Reaver. Oh. Too
Well,
bad.
the build order that Dewalt is showing, he's waiting for the speed zealots to finish to the upgrade from the Citadel to just try to overrun the Dewalt with macro, the Ample with macro. So I'm thinking that he's waiting for the speed zealots to kick in order to push and try to trade armies.
I totally
But-
agree. Trading armies is the most important thing to do right now as the Protoss in this position. You've got to trade some of those tanks, kill off some of those tanks that they're just going to grow continuously in power as the upgrades kick in. Here comes a drop in the main, though. Uh-oh, there's only one turret here. The second turret actually in the natural, or right in the main mineral line. A lot of SCVs clumped up brutally. Oh my god! The shot there.
God. No.
11 kill Reaver. Definitely
Whoa.
worth it.
It was a
He's gonna come into the third base as well. Dropping Zealots right on top of this big clump of tanks, eating so much splash damage from his own tanks. But a lot of these Dragoons actually focusing down the barracks, not what you want them to be doing. And these Dragons gotta get out of here. Go, 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 run. Okay, they're all gonna die. All but one.
They left a blue stain on the floor.
That Dragoon shell-shocked as he leaves the battlefield, covered in the blue blood of his compatriots. Only a single kill under his belt, but yikes. So a great drop in the main, followed up by a mediocre attack at the third. I think that was it was okay for Dewalt, but really you want to trade for tanks. You want to kill tanks.
Well,
you've got to try to reset this count. Because as we hit 2-1, this Speedway style, Speed Gate style is just going to get weaker and weaker and weaker. And the meching Terran will just get stronger and stronger. He's going to try and take the middle as well. It looks like adding on turrets there. Pushing forward. Yikes.
one of the concepts that I found really interesting is that Light once said that the Protoss army you have to build up until like 18 Dragoons and then the Red Zealots. And when you engage the Terran army, when your Zealots die, you should retreat with your Dragoons. You cannot lose Dragoons. So wasting that amount of Dragoons in the third, it was a really bad choice. Because Zealots, you can remax them and redo it really fast. And they don't waste gas. But Dragoons, they're so... okay. GG.
You're totally right there, Pato. Losing the Dragoons at the third was a critical moment. It allowed Ample to push forward really aggressively there, as he knew that Dewalt would be trying desperately to remake those. They barely did any damage either, but unfortunate, as the drop play did. It did great. I mean, he got a lot done. Just the follow-up, not so hot. Anyway,
Well,
we jump into the next game.
We have to agree that all the games were amazing. They really were high level games.
For sure. For sure.
It was I felt like it was a chess game every game. Everything was executed like really well. And they were all really fun to watch.
Absolutely. Going into the next map, Fighting Spirit. Now, I feel personally this map heavily favors Protoss. What do you think?
Fighting Spirit, they say so because the expansions on the 6, 3, 9, and 12 are really hard to take. And really hard to retake or to attack. Because as a Protoss player, you put a couple of pylons and it's very easily defended. So that's the main complaint about this map. But I don't know. I don't feel it's terrible, but yeah, I think maybe 51%. or 55% for Protoss, if you want to.
As a former Terran player, I still have nightmares about this map. Trying to take my third base. We've got here on Fighting Spirit at the top left, Ample in the blue, and down in the bottom right, our Protoss player in the red, it is Dewalt. So cross map here.
Cross map. So they was already pulled at 12 Nexus, so I don't think that he will repeat. But Ample may do a 15 command center.
He seems to be very solid with that play.
Yeah,
Really
I
has
think
the build down.
I think it's a thing that he does, right? Plus that supply placement. Yeah, he's going to build the barracks in the natural. I'm not. He has to build the supply on the right, so I'm almost sure that he will build the barrack down, or not. Oh, okay, that's strange.
Not the best placement here if you're gonna defend against a zealot.
Yeah, because you can build the barracks on the right of the command center, but that supply blocks the entry point for the marine. So that's a strange placement for the supply. That's why I thought that he was going to play a lower racks. So this is the dream build order for the world. He decided to go 12 Nexus again, and Ample decided to do a factory fast expand. So this will be okay if there weren't cross positions, but as they are cross position, he will not be able to defend it. He will be able to defend it like quite easily. The Dewalt will be able to hold any kind of attack. So Ample will have to make a very greedy build order, trying to throw like Vulture and fast spider mines into a fast third and try to hold any harassment from Dewalt. I think this is the worst case scenario for a Terran against the Protoss. When the Protoss does 12 Nexus and he's cross position.
Yeah, this is something that Artosis complains about all the time on his stream. 12 Nexus cross map is so hard to play against. It's incredibly punishing. The Protoss is going to have so many Dragoons so quickly. There's nothing really you can do about it. He's pulling SCVs now, actually. He's going to go across the map. What do you think about this? I think this is going to end up working.
No, I don't think. I think since the Dewalt is doing the 12 Nexus version of a greedy 12 Nexus version, I think Ample believes that he can overpower this, but I don't know. It's too far away. I believe because Ample has a terrific micro, but for mortal players like us, it's almost impossible to win this battle.
Alright, not pulling the probes just yet. There we go.
Yeah.
Pull probes
Yeah.
now.
Yeah.
It just abandons the Nexus. Okay, he's gonna let the Nexus go. That's okay for Dewalt. Just let this Nexus die.
Yeah, if he doesn't lose any probes, he's okay. The main problem of losing 12 Nexus is losing workers. If you don't lose workers, you are okay. So now the normal follow-up for the Terran will be to do 2 Vultures, add on Spider Mines, and then throw a CC. You build Spider Mines because you know that the Protoss has to build range in order to push out the ramp. To push down the ramp, and if you build range and dragoons, your robotic will be very late, so you won't be able to to have observers very fast enough. And if you don't have observers, you will not be able to attack your fast CC. So you will have a small advantage with that. There is a really good follow-up. And even if you choose to, for example, do DTs, it's even worse because the turn has mines. So doing mines with this and making some time repairing the bunker against dragoons, it would really delay a lot the Nexus from the Protoss, and it will give Ample a very good edge on this. So really well done. So the Dewalt brings 2 dragoons down the ramp to have more dragoons attacking the bunker than NCVs repairing it, so he will be able to break this push. But Ample would lay down some mines to gain some time and avoid counter attack. We're seeing that Ample wants to bring a siege tank to the party, but I don't know if it's going to be enough.
Pellet drag mines. Oh, he doesn't manage to kill any of them. None of the SCVs go down there. The tank went down. Oh Jesus! The tank goes down. He's gonna lose quite a few dragoons right now, but killing the tank, pretty big deal here.
No, that mine. Oh,
that mine.
Yeah, awful trade. Awful trade. I think Ample managed to get what he wanted. That is to trade a ridiculous amount of dragoons for 1 tank and a couple of mines. So
Second tank gonna come across the map as well. He can probably just kill these 2 dragoons.
And he
if
will.
I'm not mistaken.
No, you're not. He will. You're not. He will kill those. Okay. Oh
my gosh.
Yeah. So this is a nightmare for the Dewalt. I don't think he's going to get any good result from this push. Oh, there's a. Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. Here we go.
So
Gonna get this
move.
tank.
Yeah.
Very
bye
good
-bye.
move here.
Yeah.
Another tank going down. Straight for a single dragoon. Not bad at all. So rubbing 2 nickels together here. Dewalt trying to make something happen. He will finally finish off this bunker. He's got 2 Marines inside. Oh, 4 Marines, okay.
4.
Pick those off.
Over 1k for the Dewalt. He needs to pull something out. Oh, he pulls an expansion.
Ah, I like it.
With a shot.
Drops the probe. Gets the expansion, he'll get his natural up very quickly as well.
So double Nexus, maybe?
Yeah, definitely double Nexus here.
But he will get spotted. He's Ample. He's watching everything. He's like big brother. So double Nexus. Maybe you could play a little bit aggressive if you are Ample, but the rest of the normal players, they will just turtle and try to punish you with upgrades.
Here comes Dewalt. 3 tanks are in position.
Look at that
one
wall.
of these. Ooh,
Look at that
this
wall.
is not looking good. This is a great hold so far from Ample. Looks like the Reaver might survive. Oh, it just barely gets picked off there in the background, and the repair not good enough to save.
Well,
But all of the
trade,
dragons
maybe.
will fall.
2 games
that was
for the Terran, 4 factory for the Terran, 2 games for the Protoss. I don't know how the world is going to hold any further aggression, to be honest. Okay, 2 more factories, and there's no observer on Ample's base, so
he has no idea.
Yeah, the world is rolling the dice and saying, okay, maybe he will try to attack this, where we'll build a lot of gateways. +1 is on its way. Yeah, I don't know the world.
He's adding on a lot of gateways now, maybe with some great Reaver shots that can make something happen Hopefully he's producing another one of those with some... with a shuttle as well. It's coming across the map now.
He lost so many dragoons that I don't think he would be able to handle an aggressive push like that.
I think you might be right.
Plus, he's making +1, which is whenever he has like 5 or 7 tanks, he can push out, and it will be very, very scary to handle.
He's here at the front, trying to do what he can. That's a lot of gateways.
Yeah, so it's interesting because Dewalt got it pro production, and he has river tech, which can delay the push by a lot, and has a lot of gateways to hold the push.
He's saturated here on 3 base as well. He's got a lot of income.
Yeah. The question
Doesn't
is,
have anything. Well, the natural's looking pretty bare.
Will this be enough? Oh, okay, there's nothing there, so sad.
It's quite unfortunate here for Dewalt. He's going to lose so many probes. Picks off one of the vultures, but a ton of probes go down. Oh no, these 2 are glitched. Go, go, go. Stupid dragoons.
8, 9, 10.
Oh
9.
my goodness. Now, if that hadn't happened, I feel like Dewalt, his position was still tenable, but as it stands, it's a little bit tough to come back from here. That was close, but not a connection. Duds out on the CC there. Big push coming from Ample. He's actually ahead in supply at the moment. He's got a lot of Goliaths as well. Can pick off the shuttles.
If he already has +1, yeah, +1.
Oof.
This is a very terrific timing to hit. I don't know.
The shuttle comes.
Yeah.
Try to get some damage with this shuttle. The Reaver shot not too good. Going after the Goliaths here. Doesn't manage to pick one off.
Yeah, way too much. GG.
Damn, GG.
Okay, 4-2 for Ample, and we are heading for the last game.
Alright, a little sad that we're not going to go 3-3 into the final, but we could still see, in the end, my prediction working out 4-3. Dewalt, just take one more game, man. You can do it. I think Dewalt is completely capable. Would like to see more Arbiter play out of him, though. I feel like you gotta lean into what is working. You know what I mean? Seems like the speed shuttles and Reavers, they've been doing okay, but when he plays more standard and just gets into Arbiter, he feels really, really strong.
Yeah, I think he should like stick to that game style. That whatever game style works, it works. You don't have to get much fancier than that. If a particular playstyle is working for you, why switch? There's a saying in South American football that a winning team, you never change a winning team. So you never substitute any player. If the team is winning, you keep the team like this. So if you win with arbiters, stick with arbiters. You don't need to style.
Good map for arbiters here. We are on circuit breakers down here in the bottom right. Ample, the blue Terran. And heading up to the top left of the map, the very farthest position cross map here, Dewalt, the orange Protoss player.
How many cross map positions did we get?
Yeah.
Like
We
out
got
of
a
7
lot.
games, I think there were like 4 or 5 of them, right?
We had a couple of 3-player maps, but I think almost every 4-player map we had was cross map.
So, what they will decide to play in this last map? Will the Dewalt stick to his 12 Nexus, or he will try to play a more standard opener? Yep, a standard opener indeed.
Yeah. Let's see a standard opener. Don't want to see him take any big risks here. Let's get into that nice arbiter style. Play it out in a good long game for the fans here in the end. It's our final game. Gotta be a good one.
Okay, so factory expand for Ample as well, so they will not try any fancy Bilordos, I believe. We haven't seen from Ample a 2-factory Bilordo, for example.
No, we haven't seen any 2-factory, but he seems completely capable of putting on intense pressure, even without going into that sort of more all-in build. You really have to get damage. He's completely capable of going into a macro build and then coming out with small tank push with Marines and Vultures and just getting a lot done. So I understand the reasoning there. No need to go all in.
Yeah, it's really impressive the game sense that he has. He knows when he can move out, and he knows the exact amount of units he needs to make pressure and to make you bleed. So he knows how to control his tanks. It was really amazing how he moved his vultures while his tanks were making like 3 shots of the dragoons. So it was really impressive. That kind of management, I haven't seen that kind of control in a long time. So Nexus for the Dewalt at 20 Nexus, which is very, very fast. So Ample will fast expand as well. I don't know what he's waiting for. Maybe he will expand on the low ground. And he's doing a vulture, maybe? A vulture?
I think
yeah.
so, because he doesn't produce many Marines here. He's got that nice little wall at the top of the ramp. Don't need much in the way of Marines. Gets the vulture out.
Okay, that's nice.
Grabs his little bunker there. This is looking very. This is looking very circuit breakers.
Yeah, well,
Typical
that vulture avoids the Protoss to apply pressure because his dragoon cannot leave. Plus, he doesn't have the range to manage any kind of harass. So
No, this dragon. Okay, just a single probe. We'll trade 1 probe for 1 vulture. Too bad.
So maybe Ample is opening Vulture with Spider Mines to get map control. And the Wolves, I don't know what he's planning to do. River again, my friend? Yep, River again. So 400 minerals, double expansion. What? Okay. So he's playing. So he's playing really.
We've seen this before in ASL and in KCM.
Yes,
Taking that
JY.
really early.
Yeah, we've seen it JYJ versus Best on Ultimate Stream on the
That's
group
right.
stage. On the group stage of ASL, JYJ just slammed Best with this build order. It is really, 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 really risky, but if for somehow the Protoss player plays safe, uh, you, you, you just get too much advantage.
Gets so far ahead. Yeah, there's just nothing that the Protoss player can do if they don't scout this base, and you manage to get that early recon advantage.
Yeah, but that early river, I don't know. If you get a Protoss user who knows how to harass, there are too many places to protect. I don't see how Ample will. Oh, he spotted the shuttle, so defense mode activated. He needs tower siege mode. He needs to protect because he will not have enough units to be everywhere.
No, and I think Dewalt is going to scout this big moment here as he flies in. He's not going to be expecting the third base, but he sees it. Huge scout. Takes a lot of damage on the shuttle. So you're right, there's so much space here for Dewalt to maneuver.
Yeah, but that turret timing was just insane. I cannot believe that the turret finished at the exact moment that River arrived. It's incredible. He has all the turrets well placed, and you feel that you cannot enter from any angle. There's a speed shuttle, so he will enter now.
There's a turret though, and he's kind of low.
Oh yeah.
Underneath the engineering bay, there's a turret there. Gotta be careful. If he loses that shuttle, it's basically game over. So Dewalt gonna grab a third base and probably a double nexus here. So maybe making up for the early advantages of Ample. Ample adding on a lot of buildings in the front. He's being very defensive here in his positioning.
Double nexus for the wall. He says, "Okay, I'm gonna do gamble like you. You want to gamble? Right. I see you and I double. Double or nothing."
You know, this is amazing, guys, because I had to convince him to do 7 games, and it's just been cross positions, and we've had like super 20, 30-minute games, and I'm very grateful for these guys playing their hearts out, for everyone viewing this, and you guys casting this.
Yeah, they're really amazing games. They are really unique. So we are honored to...
Oh, he's in!
Oh, yep.
Oh my goodness, this is a lot of zealots in the main. He doesn't have many vultures either, only 4 vultures here. This Reaver can deal with the vultures very quickly. 2 vultures go down already. The zealots can be picked up once again and dropped on top of the tanks. Gonna come over now, drops the zealots out on the tanks. Here comes the Reaver, gonna take that shot. Nice targeting there from Ample. Moving the tanks until the Reaver gets dropped and then firing on the Reaver there. But this is already an insane amount of damage. I mean, he's slowed him down so much. He's killing off more and more SCVs. There's nothing here to fire up. Okay, finally a Goliath shows up. This could be huge. Can he go for it? Oh, there's so many stacked SCVs here. Go, go, go.
What?
Oh, it's gonna go down. Too bad.
Okay, so please keep in mind that he's thrown like 2 more nexus. He has an insane amount of economy flowing from the wall. So I don't know. It's 0-0. His upgrade will be delayed. So you don't usually go this 2 command center style, because if for any reason the Protoss chooses to go fast Reaver like this, you have too many spots to defend, and it's very hard because you will take damage, and the Protoss just thrown like 2 more nexus. So, oh, he's throwing more command centers. Okay, they don't care. It's like, what should I do? Okay, I throw a free CP. Okay, no. Oh, a starport. 2-1 on his way. Oh, he spotted the two shuttles. That CC won't be able to finish, of course. If he decides to drop the unit there, okay, cancel or die. Cancel. Cancel. Cancel.
We got another shot. Ooh, nice. Another
Okay,
kill. Ooh, another kill on the tank. Nicely done. Another kill should go down. Yes,
What?
it does.
What?
4 tanks get killed by Dewalt's Reaver there. Wow, a very costly expand attempt from Ample, trying to take that fourth incredibly fast, but pays for it dearly. Now I think that Dewalt can actually just go back, pick up some more units, and come down here to continue this pressure. He could even try to break into the natural. We'll see what he decides to do. Ample setting up here at the fourth base, but he is spread incredibly thin. Triple speed shuttle is ready. Don't even need Zealot speed, to be honest, with this. Just load up all those shuttles, bring the Dragoons forward. He's going to clean up one of these bases, I'm pretty sure, wherever he decides to attack, and then the follow-up's going to be Arbiter.
But look at the supply. Look at the supply counts, and they are pretty much close. I would think that the world would be in a huge advantage, but they are pretty close. And don't forget that they keep building upgrades. So I don't know what to think about this game.
Here comes this shuttle, 12 Zealots. Okay, plus a Reaver coming in. Okay, not the best shot on the Reaver. Here it is again. Does get another shot off in the center. Kills off a good amount of tanks, but will be driven back here. Well, not able to clean up the space. I can't help but think he would have been better served to go somewhere else, like maybe the natural. It's really not well defended. Most of the tanks are down here in the fourth base. Take a look at the natural at the moment. There's almost nothing there. And see here, there's just, it's just blank. There's no tanks on high ground. There's no there's only a few mines here in the middle. And I think that that was a kind of a desperate attack there from Dewalt. Or no, he just kind of assumed that there wouldn't be much at that fourth base, but Ample really predicting the movement of Dewalt there, getting all of his units into the one position that it mattered, and holds that pretty darn well.
Arbiter on his way, I like it this more. I think I thought he was going to stay all the game with pure shuttle, Templars and Reavers, but he learned his lesson and he's evolving and trying to make Arbiter, which he succeeded in the last game. So I like it. But I'm impressed with Ample's macro. He has more units than Dewalt. I cannot understand that. If you will have
crazy.
Yeah, what? Okay, if you will have 2-1 or something like that, or a better upgrade timing, it would be like over by now.
Wow, so many vultures. There's 3 cannons here, but that's not even enough to stop these vultures. He's got to send reinforcements. He's gonna send the shuttles. Kill some of these vultures with the zealots. That's not a great trade, but he's got to do something to keep this alive. Oh, a mine connection. Takes off that group of probes there. I'm not sure exactly how many there were in that group, but at least 2.
He's making excellent trades.
Coming up towards the third base as well. Pulling Dewalt apart at the moment. Dewalt got to keep his probes back as far as possible. Got to bring his Dragoons up here.
Again.
Oh, we jumped the mineral patch. Jumped
He really
over
knows.
the pylon. Oof.
He really knows how to do that.
Yeah, he's doing a great job with it. He's already done it a few times this series.
And the Dragoons are out in force now for Dewalt, but the supply is still heavily in the favor of Ample. He has so much. Most of that is in Vultures. My god, look at the number of Vultures coming up right now towards the top right. Look at how many factories have been added on for Ample. He's got like 1 million factories. No cap,
yeah,
a million factories.
He had 2K. It's insane. He cannot stop the amount of vultures. It's insane.
Just pure vulture right now. Come up here and just fight with these Dragoons. And possibly just take out this this Nexus. My god, surrounding. Oh my god.
I never seen something like this, I must say. What the fuck?
Wow.
Pato, do you even give this many compliments to your own mother?
No. If she would play Terran like this, I would. But she doesn't.
Alright, 3 Dragoons survive, but Dewalt is struggling through this game right now. Just trying to hold on against this overwhelming number of Vultures. Of course, there's not that many tanks behind this. I mean, he's dumped so much resources into Vultures. Okay, that's a pretty good chunk. It's a pretty good chunk as well. I think we're almost at 2 control groups of tanks, but Apple needs to keep shedding off these Vultures and increasing the number of tanks in his total army. He's completely comfortable on 4 bases here, and he will fight out the rest of this game on 4 base. There's the army that we've been waiting for. All the tanks moving out across the map. So much blue heading northwards. Gonna cut off this army as it tries to regroup, pushing it up towards the upper right here. And Dewalt trying to fight, but he just doesn't have zealots. There's no zealots with this. A pretty decent stasis there, but there's just not enough bulk in this army to actually take all this stuff out. He's gonna drop zealots on top of everything. Scan for good measure coming out here for Ample, but I think he just continues to click forward. He's remaxing back at home as well on just pure Vulture. He knows that Dewalt's going to make a lot of Zealots to follow this up. So an enormous amount of Vultures are just going to be pouring out of the natural of Ample. You can see he's also long distance mining right now and setting up a new base there in the center right. GG is called.
Whoa.
Dewalt taps out and Ample is victorious. 5-2.
Amazing. Simply amazing.
Oh, you can see the power of that build. Really,
Yeah.
you don't really get that same situation, I don't think, very often as a Protoss player. So, you know, having to react there and take that double expansion, it seemed like it was gonna work, but just couldn't get the good trades there. Oh, wow.
You know, I'm sitting here thinking I'm exhausted and I didn't even play the games. Wow, that was awesome. Thank you two so much for sticking around and casting, especially you, Pato. I know it's like really late there and you had work.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm sorry about that, my friend, but I really appreciate you hanging out with us. Those were like really special games.
Yeah, of course. Great series, great games. Thank you, Sushi. Thank you, AfreecaTV, and thank you, Team Think Quick Nox, for the opportunity. It's a gift to be able to witness this game.
You're a sweetheart, man. It's late there. I'm gonna let you go. The event's not over yet. I still gotta give 2 mouse pads away. I think it's also late for SaiyanSC. You're welcome to stick around, but we're more or less done after I announce the 2 winners, we'll be closing things up. So if you guys want to give a shout out or say any final words, go for it.
No,
Right,
I
thanks
think,
a lot.
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead. I was just gonna say Pato's doing some stuff with CPL, right? I saw you today doing
Yes,
some
yes.
training.
Yes, I gave a coaching session today, and I'm trying to coach all Terran and Protoss users who wants to learn the game. So everyone who's interested and wants to sign up in CPL, just reach me out, and I will definitely give a hand. I'm not a pro gamer, but I'm a nerdy guy who likes to see replays and study reloaders and counters. So, and for the last thing, thank you, Cyan, for the great experience. I really enjoyed casting along with you. And thank you, Ox, for inviting us to cast this event and for keep on organizing events like this, which keeps this game alive. So thank you both. Thank you all for watching. I will be going to sleep. I have to wake up in 3 hours to go to work. So have a good night and thank you both.
To my friends.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you, Pato. Bye bye.
And SaiyanSC, I'm going to let you go before I do the announcements for the mousepad winners, unless you wanted to stick around.
Sure. All right, I'm gonna head out, but thank you everybody for tuning in. It was a great series, and yeah, thanks Ox for inviting me, and good luck everybody for the draw. I hope you all win, although you can't. I mean, it's only gonna be one winner, but I think we all win today with this series. It was a heck of a lot of fun to watch, and if you guys want to check out more Korean StarCraft content, come and check out my channel on YouTube, SaiyanSC. Just search me and find plenty of cool games to watch. And with that, peace out, guys. Thank you.
All right, my friend, take care. All right, amigos, let's announce the winners. Let me just set it up. Alright, so we didn't have too many people fill it out, so I guess the odds are pretty good. Hopefully this works. Are you ready, guys? So, in the draw, big shout out to Dunk, Crypty, Tekka, we have Sarando, Heteron, Carlo, Lito, and Tic Tac. Before I start this, though, let me make sure everybody is actually from Latin America. I noticed one name is not. Yeah, that's right. Okay. There we go. Who's going to be our South American winner of a free mouse pad? It will be shipped to you for free. I will email you. Get your shipping address. Let's do it. Alright, Tekka has won a free mouse pad. Congratulations, thank you very much for watching the stream. Thank you very much for including yourself in the Google form. And I guess we have a North American draw as well. But we only had one person actually pull it out. How about we still do it? I think it's funny. Yeah, why not? Alright, so our North American winner... Is it gonna be... Sarando! I just won a free mouse pad. Will be shipped to you for free. Thank you so much, guys. Really appreciate you all tuning in. This has been a Team Think Quick Alpha X event. Hopefully host more events on AfreecaTV. Wanna really thank them for taking interest in our series and sponsoring the prize pools. And supporting today Yabsab, Dandy, and Dewalt and Ample. Thanks guys for tuning in. This is Ox. Have a wonderful day or night or wherever you are, and take care.